okay, getting the first pick. Oh, get three, Pyro, get three with the
Void Kid putting on a clinic. Whole team's down. Oh!
Experience Tranquility.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Overwatch Tranquility. We have an exciting match for you today. Our Group A semifinals of the Overwatch Tranquility Open Cup. We have two fantastic teams coming at you. We have Among Us versus Attack Mode. I am going to be your play-by-play caster for the evening, Bard, and I am joined by Vol Nilo. How you doing, Vol?
I am doing fantastic, having a wonderful weekend, and very, very excited to be a part of this Tranquility Open tonight. I'm looking forward to a fantastic match.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We've got Attack Mode. We know quite a bit about them. Sixth in NA Open Division, top 16 in Gauntlet. They placed fourth in France Community Cup, and they took the semifinal placement in Silvox tournament. Going up against Among Us, and Among Us, we don't really know as much about them, but they've had some success so far. Why don't you tell us about them?
Yeah, Among Us, like you said, not much is known, but they have definitely made a statement going through this bracket, beating teams like Frostbite and OG Havoc. Those of you who are familiar with the Tranquility community know about Havoc, know how solid of a team they are, and they beat them 2-0, beat them handily from what I hear. So this is going to be the toughest test, though. Attack Mode, no slouch. A lot of big names that people in the Tier 3, Tier 2 community have known for a while. And this is going to be a very, very good kind of litmus test on where Among Us stands in the power structure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And talking about Attack Mode, we've got some names we know here. Crimson, formerly from the Golden Gophers. Ship, founder of Regen, now coming over to Attack Mode. That's a pretty killer tank line. But then you get down to those DPS, and you got Rocket, former Tranquility veteran here. Absolutely going God mode in France Community Cup, showing off that Tracer to such a high level. We got Chime on the projectile DPS. That's a killer DPS line. And then you look at their supports, and they got Neptune, also formerly of Regen, and Skyward playing that flex support.
Skyward's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's a pretty killer lineup right there. Like, that's going to be hard to touch. Who's going up against them on Among Us, who might actually have to go up against those really hard hitters on each of those roles?
Like you mentioned with Crimson and Ship, I'm very, very interested in this tank lineup of Among Us. Like we said, not much is known, but going through some of the profiles, talking with some people, Eternal likes playing the Roadhog. We've seen or we've heard, so we could definitely see some weird compositions coming out of them. Maybe a double off tank, like we saw a couple metas back with the Roadhog Zarya. We might see some Hog and Ball. We might see some Hog Sigma, something like that. So we gotta be, maybe that's how Among Us is going through this bracket. Is not a lot is known about them, and that can play to your advantage because people like Ship, Neptune, Skyward, a lot of videos out on them. A lot of teams, a lot of people have watched them in previous tournaments. Some of them, pretty high level streamers. Among Us gets to go in as this dark horse with no information on them, so you can't do a scout of them. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what composition. They might come out on something totally absurd, like I said, a double off tank with a Mei, a Hanzo, a Brig, a Mercy or something. They can play all sorts of weird things, and Attack Mode will have no idea.
Yeah, for sure, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see as we go into this. That it's going to be interesting to see because, like we said, Rocket, you know he's going to be on the Tracer. We know Chime's going to probably be playing the projectile, probably going to be grabbing onto that Echo with things actually working out. We're looking like we just need to make a couple swaps in the lobby. Whoever is lobby host. Yeah, it looks like we got that going.
Yep.
And then we're going to be going into Oasis as our first map. And with Oasis, it's going to be interesting to know how this is going to work out because Oasis is such a interesting map. Each map type in Oasis is so different and can support different compositions. So are we going to see Rush? Are we going to see Ball Sig? Are we going to see Double Shield? I think that just lets each team experiment so much more and we can see some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, like you said, very different. Like you got University, kind of a very close, brawly type map, some Rush comps. You might see a May, a Reaper, something like that. But then you have City Center, very vertical map, has the jump pad, has that overhead, section, where you can put a soldier or McCree up there, an Ash, let them rain down destruction.
Or
it's such a good map type, I think.
Yeah, or as we've seen from attack mode, you get Rocket in anti-air tracer. So
yeah, I have seen Rocket stick pulse bombs onto Pharaohs on City Center. He goes up on the jump pad, jumps up onto that center pillar, or goes from that high ground and will just blink over and stick a Pharaoh, stick a Mercy with the pulse bomb. I've seen him get duos. He's gotten the full pocket before with a double stick. It was insane.
Yeah, just absolutely nutty from him. And I wouldn't be surprised as well. We're seeing Celestial come in from Among Us on DPS. I would not be shocked to see the McCree, but instead we are going to see the Rush comp, and we're going to see... I actually kind of hope they stick with this because this is a really interesting comp. We're going to see Rush with May, Sim, but no Celestial. He's going to swap over to the Tracer to go with the May, and this is now pretty standard Rush.
You would expect at least them to stay on the Symmetra to, like attack mode you see here, they're probably going to Symmetric TP out, but yeah, that May can really put a hamper. Ball tries to go in and slam and then just gets stuck behind a May wall. Very easy to blow up.
Yep, definitely going to take some work here, but they are going to get here faster with that Rush, let themselves set up on point, wait for the push to come in with that Brawl, and the poke coming across now from that Echo. Chime already 20% to that duplicate, and the full rotation is coming out on the Rush. They're going to go all the way around to try and take high ground, but the speed and movement from this Ball Sig comp is just going to be there for attack mode. It's going to be so much harder. The Rush comp is going to be able to set up on the point first. It looks like they might even be able to cap early on. They're not going to. There they go. The cap comes in from them, but Rocket in the backline takes out Celestial, and he's just getting poked away by this May. Gotcha getting the trade, but they're already down, and the Ice Block forced to come out early. Chime, he's going to get frozen out and killed by Muffins. Neptune gets the res on Rocket, but he leaves Chime to die, and then Neptune goes down. The ammo already out from Skyward gets taken down. Celestial finishes off Crimson, and this is a pretty clean first fight win from Among Us. Very good coming out.
Well done from Among Us, using the advantage they have with this Lucio to speed everybody around. Yes, attack mode does have a highly mobile comp, but people like the Sigma and the Baptiste, not as much mobility, but Baptiste only mobile vertically with those Exo boots, not so much, side-to-side movement.
Yeah, and we see Chime already has that duplicate coming into this fight. Keith with the Coalesce, the only thing really there to counter. However, Gotcha is coming up on that Blizzard really fast. Rocket gonna have that Pulse Bomb, and it's just Poke coming out here. Gotcha already again forced to use it. The Pulse Bomb comes out, he catches Gotcha because the Ice Block had already been used. Keith is going to commit the Coalescence, and the beat is going to come out from Muffins as well. This Rush comp just does not want to die, but the Rock is going to stun Keith out, coming out from Ship, and Ship is going to finish it off, getting the kill. Rocket takes down Gomez, and they are down a... they're down their tank. Celestial gets taken down. The dupe comes out from Chime, and he shatters nothing, but it doesn't matter because attack mode is going to take this point.
I hate Echo sometimes because I saw that shatter come out. I'm like, why are they shattering? The fight's over. And then it's like, it's Echo. She's about to swap back, so you might as well just throw the shatter just to show them, hey, I can do it too.
Yeah, that being said, 70% on the board, and they're coming in here with Shatter and Blizz, and that's definitely going to be enough to build up the grab as well for Eternal. And now the poke coming out from Chime, but this point already being swapped. Gomez gets caught in the Gravitic Flux. There's the mines coming out from Crimson, the double taking out Gomez, and now Gotcha, forced to play passive, uses the Ice Block to avoid the Rock, but Crimson's just going to take out Eternal, and Rocket and Chime are to clean up as well. Skyward taking out Lucio to end it, but that is a clean fight win with the double ult being used.
That is
from
one of
attack
my
mode.
favorite combos that I've seen lately with the Sigma Wrecking Ball. You lift them into the air with the flux, and then you don't get the max spread on the minefield. You just stay on the ground and you hit that ult key, and you slam it back down in the mines. And now not a lot of ults coming into what could be the final fight here.
There's the whiff on the Shatter coming out from Gomez. He tried to punish Crimson, but it did not work. They still have the Blizz, and they still have the grab, so they can try and force a fight win here just with those two ultimates alone. However, Chime still just getting so much poke. He's got another duplicate. He's going to push in here with these, and he's going to take over the Reinhardt. The charge in. He takes out Muffins. There's the Blizz grab, and Celestial and Rocket are going to trade Pulse Bomb kills, and it is an even fight. Almost, except Among Us are going to hold on to the advantage with that Coalescence. Skyward takes out Celestial, but it's not going to matter. The point flips in attack mode. They have to reset here.
Yeah, attack mode going to come in with two ultimates, though. They're going to have the... Well, we call it a window, but it's now more like an IMAX screen. And the minefield, whereas they... Among Us really needs Muffins to build up that beat, because that's pretty much all they're going to have. Unless Super Gomez can go God mode and get an Earth Shatter here.
Chime gets the early pick on a Gotcha. Made the swap over to McCree to try and shut down that Echo, and it doesn't matter. Chime gets the pick. The window does come out from BAP. Both bubbles used by Eternal means the aggression can come out, and Eternal does get punished through that window by Skyward, and now the point flips over to attack mode. And Among Us, they're sitting in this little hallway. They have to wait it out. They have to wait underneath for a chance to come up. But there's the mines. It's going to be so much harder for them to re-engage now. The beat comes out. That'll keep them alive for now, but it's still just the three of them. And Rocket, he takes down Gotcha as they try and come back. Celestial punishes, takes out that Immortality field and Neptune, but Chime takes down Gomez on the charge and then dupes Chime again with another duplicate. Crimson not going to be taken down by the Pulse Bomb, going to be kept alive by their supports, and now it's just Celestial. The recall's out. It's been used. He has to stay alive on this point. He is the only chance for his team to come back in this, but he gets taken out, and attack mode are going to take round one of Oasis.
That was an excellent job utilizing the strength of their composition, not staying in one place. You know, Among Us wanted to fight this kind of slogging, brawling style with the Mei, with the Reinhardt, and the Lucio, kind of wall him off and speed onto him. But attack mode, very, very smart, very well done. Staying highly mobile, staying very speedy, not letting themselves get trapped. And one thing that I liked was Chime. Whenever he got the duplicate, he duplicated the Reinhardt to give them that extra sort of on-point presence that they lacked with the Sigma, with the ball. When you have that Reinhardt, you can kind of just stand on point, put your shield up, and Chime was giving them that every other fight.
Yeah, now we are going to see the mirrored compositions come out. It's going to be the Sim TP for attack mode. So they're probably going to get to point a bit faster. But with this comp, you don't really have to set up on the objective point, and here we see it. It's just the poke from the Echoes while the Tracers are chasing each other off, looking for those kills. And Rocket, he's going to have the set-up advantage on point, but Super Gomez and Ship trade each other out on the environmental kills. Gotcha catches Chime with that Incineration Beam, and now Skyward's going to be pressured down by both the Echo and the Tracer, but Skyward, he's actually going to get the Echo, not going to let Gotcha get away with that, and the point almost flipped in the favor of Among Us, but attack mode, they're going to keep contesting here, and now Crimson, he's just stalling and contesting on the ball, but he gets taken out by Super Gomez. Skyward, another pick taking down Keith, but Skyward's going to get taken out by Super Gomez, definitely getting the better of these Wrecking Ball engages here, and Super Gomez going to keep his team in this, putting the pressure on the Chime, but Rockets gets Muffins, but that's not going to matter because, again, Among Us just are maintaining this pressure and this point presence with this Wrecking Ball play.
Yeah, I was having some fun watching Rocket there. Rocket kind of winning the Tracer battle, getting about 20 to 25% higher ult charge. But look at the tank difference. Super Gomez already has the minefield, or almost has the minefield. Crimson not even halfway there yet. Same thing with Eternal, a little bit higher than Ship, although Ship is now catching up. So I think the tank difference is going to be the story on this map.
Ooh, the Pulse Bomb comes out from Rocket. He does not catch anyone. Celestial, on the other hand, catches Ship with his Pulse Bomb, and Rocket takes down Muffins with the melee, gets that finishing blow, keeps his team in this in the 5v5, and Chime with 2! Oh. Chime takes out Gotcha and Keith, and he's going to take down Eternal as well with that Disintegration Beam, and Celestial now the only one on the point yet again. Rocket will take him out as well, and the DPS pull attack mode right back into this.
Yeah, that's going to be the battle. This is going to be the attack mode DPS line versus the Among Us tank line. Actually, who can have that difference a little bit better? And honestly, I have to, just because we know them more, I got to give it a little bit to attack mode. We know Crimson, we know Ship, we know that they have that, never say die, never give up attitude.
Ooh. Speaking of, Chime catches Keith with those Pulse Bombs, and the Disintegration Beam takes down Gotcha. Muffins with the Brig, punishing out Rocket, and Super Gomez. Rocket and Ship getting a bit too aggressive, taken down there. Skyward manages to trade out on Eternal as Eternal tries to use his ultimate. He can't get it out because of Skyward, and now Among Us suddenly in a much worse position. It's just Muffins and Celestial, and this is once again that Celestial is left as the last person on point for his team, and Attack Mode are going to win that fight outright.
Yeah, Attack Mode wins the fight outright, and look at their ult bank. They're gonna have 5 because Tracer just gets pulse every 20 to 30 seconds, and against the 3 of Among Us, so they could kind of stagger out. They could use 1 or 2 ults here, win the fight, and then have another 3 or 4 ultimates going into what should be the last fight for this map. They're looking very, very good to take this point and to take this map.
Ooh, and that's going to force the Transcendence out as Ship catches both supports in that ultimate. The duplicate from Gotcha is going to go on to the Wrecking Ball. He's going to try and build up these mines and put them down where he can have an impact, and he's going to roll right through, but it doesn't matter because Crimson and Chime get the first 2 picks, and now both Echoes are out of their duplicate. Gotcha takes down Chime, but is immediately traded by Rocket, and this fight is already so heavily in favor of attack mode, and Among Us, they have no time to re-engage. It's up to Celestial here. He has to touch this point. It's him or Gomez, and Gomez is going to be able to touch on time for the overtime tick to happen. Eternal manages to get back 2, having swapped to that Diva, and now Celestial, he's in the 1v1 with Rocket. He gets dropped low, has to go get that health pack, and now the support's moving in. Crimson trying to put the pressure on as Gotcha has made the swap over to the Torbjorn here, but it's not going to matter because Skyward and Rocket get the picks onto Super Gomez and Celestial. The Tracer and the Hammond are down, and there goes the Torb as well. Crimson taking out Gotcha as Neptune pushes in on that Brig and gets 2 with the flail from Brigitte, and Rocket's going to close it out. Map 1 is going to go to attack mode.
Yeah, attack mode. Well done. Well done from both teams, actually. Among Us showing us that they're here to play, man. They definitely had some moments on that map, but attack mode just a little crisper. They just seem to have a slightly better grasp of how these team compositions are supposed to work. And here we see a massive grab from Eternal. Like I said, they had their moments. Among Us definitely had their moments in showing us that they can stand toe-to-toe with attack mode, but like I was saying, attack mode just, a little crisper here and there, a little edge, every once in a while, adds up, and they just know, they know the meta, they know these maps like the back of their hands. It's just, they could do this, in their sleep, walking through maps. Not walking through this team, but definitely walking through these maps.
Yep, definitely gonna be interesting to see how this continues to play out, because I think we're seeing now that if the ball sig meta is being played between these two teams with that Tracer, with that Echo, the advantage is there for attack mode. So they have to make some map choices here that can force compositions that they're more comfortable with. And I don't really know what that's going to be, or if they can find a new play style. Maybe they swap to double shield. Maybe they try something else out where they can force attack mode off of these comfort picks. Because if they can do that, I feel like Among Us, they showed us really good gameplay. They just couldn't secure it. And I think with that change, they definitely, if they can force some new game types, some new metas, the way that it's being played, it can definitely flip to Among Us's favor.
Yeah, very much agree. I would like to see them. You mentioned double shield. That might work. Or like we mentioned in the pre-met game, Eternal, a very solid hog player. Maybe you go something like the pulled pork. You go with that Orisa hog. You give that shield pressure. You force them into a smaller map type, like a Kingdro, a Hanamura, like we're seeing here. And you kind of funnel them into a gateway. Now all of a sudden that mobility that attack mode is showing, kind of useless. At some point you have to go through that very small.
Yeah, and that is what's going to happen. We are going to see Hanamura come out, so I think they're going to. I expect to see the double shield here on the defense for Among Us, trying to run that. That really just hold that choke point, not let them through. Maybe we see some May. Maybe we see some.
I'm definitely expecting May.
Some Kree. I'm expecting the McCree to come out just to try and shut down Rocket. I expect the Brig to stay in play also, just to not give that value to Tracer. I wouldn't be surprised. Brig Zen's been played. You get the Discord on that Echo or the ball. You get the stuns on the Tracer and the ball. You can really just put some serious pressure in with that Discord and having that Brig in the backline to just keep your whole team up.
I'd love to see the Brig Zen. And then, like I said, the Orisa Hog, you hook the ball, you throw a Discord orb on him, you shield bash him, you halt him, you make him want to not play the game. You basically just say, hey, this one guy, he doesn't get to play. And now it's a 5v6 every fight. And that can affect somebody's mental. If you're used to, having, free reign on ball, and then all of a sudden you're getting hooked, you're getting shield bashed, you're getting May frozen, you're getting halted, you're getting Discord orbed. It feels like you're fighting 6v1, and it's just not a fun time. And it can really affect your mental. It can affect your comms. Now all of a sudden you're aggravated. You might not be yelling at your teammates, but you're not making calls as much as it. You're filling communication with, oh, I can't believe they're doing this. You're cluttering comms. So, that could work. That could be something that they go for.
Yeah, and it's definitely gonna be interesting to see, because I liked the ball play coming out from both teams. And I did like the ball play coming out of Gomez, especially on Among Us. He looked really good.
Yeah.
And I think if they can play around that a bit more, if they can get that synergy going a little better, if they can let Celestial get in there and do some more of that damage, really not force him to take those one-on-ones with Rocket, just let him get back there and bully the supports. I really think that they have a great shot at this. I just don't think it's going to work out unless they can find that synergy, unless they can find that pressure onto Rocket, onto Chime, without forcing Celestial to do it. And I'd love to see that. And I'd love to see especially them try something else, try a different meta, try a different pathing even. Just try something new to try and force either Rocket or Chime off of those comfort picks and let that DPS difference kind of settle out and just become non-existent.
Yeah. Like you said, Rocket, he was doing a good job, especially on guards. The second point of Oasis there. He was winning the Tracer. He wasn't getting kills, but he was winning the Tracer duel. He was forcing, the rewind early, forcing the other Tracer to have to kind of, back up a little bit. And then as soon as the other Tracer backed off just a little, just took the foot slightly off the gas, Rocket was immediately on the supports, especially the Zenyatta. Kind of hard focusing and making sure that they did not have a good time. They weren't having fun.
Yeah, they just it became the impossible choice there for the supports.
Yeah.
Do we shut down Rocket with the Brig, put that pressure on, and let Chime kill us, or do we shut down Chime, focus the Discord on them, keep them alive, and let Rocket kill us? Yeah. So they've got to find some way around that, because otherwise, it really does come down to which DPS gets value faster, or can Gomez go in and kill both your supports faster. And
that's not a race that you want against Rocket and Chime.
It's just not.
I'd say 9.5 times out of 10 they're gonna win the race, and it looks like we're gonna see.
I hope we see this comp coming out of. I hope this is the final comp coming out of from Among Us.
Attack mode. I would love to see this comp come out from Among Us. Oh,
I would absolutely adore them if they ran this, because this is such an interesting composition. I don't think they're gonna. I think this double sniper is probably actually much more likely with just the heroes that these two DPS play. But if they get that TP in, if they set themselves up either like top left would be really a good place, or even just going top right and holding a corner of the point. I think that could be really interesting.
Yeah.
And it looks like, oh, they've made the swaps back. So maybe we do see this. Maybe we see this.
Are we gonna see them teleport to point, throw the May wall up, and get like a free third tick?
I would love to see that. I expect more so that they're going to set themselves up and force them to play into the May.
Okay.
And the TP, it goes up, it actually gets played. Eternal stays alive, even though the wall tries to shut it down. And here we go. They get the free tick, like you said. And they've got this point control with this Brawl, double shield, Sig, May. The Sim burning that beam, building up that damage. Immo forced out early from Keith, and Rocket's going to take that down with the Dynamite. Crimson gets Muffin, and that's a big pick as Chime takes down Celestial with the Icicle to the face. Celestial is going to take down Neptune, so they're even on the Briggs, but the Sim damage might be the difference maker here. Crimson pushing in, but he gets taken down by Gotcha with an Icicle to the face. Chime trading it on to Keith, though, and Skyward takes down Gomez, and now there's no tank pressure really there for the side of Among Us to properly stay alive. And Gotcha, he manages to get the kill coming out of the ice block, but it's not going to be enough to win them this fight. And Eternal, forced to back up, misses the Sig tech getting over there. But they're going to do a fast regroup, and they might actually beat attack mode back to this point.
They're going to have 6 back first. Gotcha, getting that kill into Skyward. This Baptiste is...
Oh, the shatter comes out and so fat it shuts down Rocket, and Ship gets taken out immediately by Celestial, and that is probably going to be the point flipped as Keith and Eternal just clean it up. Among Us take point A.
Among Us take point A, and like I said, they were very cheeky. They had that TP, they actually got 2 points out of it first, and then all of a sudden, this double shield couldn't work because now you got a backup. Now you can't apply pressure. You're worried about them sneaking another tick.
Ooh, Celestial, he's going under. He's looking for that
like
angle.
this.
He
like
catches
this
Skyward,
angle.
but he doesn't get the headshot, and now the window comes out. The Blizzard to trade it around, though. The Blizzard is so good. Gomez, he takes down Neptune. Chime with the Blizzard takes down Eternal, and Ship is also going to take down Celestial. And now, with these off angles that they can take with double shield, they're forced the pincer, and now they either have to push in through Crimson or die in the hallway to everyone else. And now Ship is up there with his Mercy to keep him alive. He pushes up, and there goes the Flux. He catches 2. Immo is not going to come out on time to save Keith. It was used earlier for the Blizzard, and they had everything they needed. The rally coming out here from Muffins might be a bit of an overcommitment as Ship takes down Gotcha, and now the 3 of them in this top left hallway have to stay alive, have to back out Muffins. Yeah. They want to keep the tanks alive and keep this armor.
I'm not sure about that rally because, you mentioned the armor, but I think the armor's going to fall off before the next fight starts, and now you're down. That rally would have been such a good engagement tool because we're not playing a mirror here, so if you have that Brig advantage, you have that armor advantage, that can be very, very big, especially with this kind of brawl Rhine segment that they're running here.
Yeah, now these off angles. Oh, a big shatter from Gomez, and there's a double kill as he gets the charge on the Skyward. The Blizzard committed on the high ground. Maybe not the spot where you want it. Rocket takes down Celestial, but he is now alone. He has the Bob to commit to point, but Bob is not going to get the value that they need. And now the point is just going to go straight to Among Us on the back of a massive shatter from Super Gomez.
You said absolutely massive shatter. And the thing was, I had an angle. May actually walled off the back, the kind of the rest of the group. That was just Super Gomez. That was all Gomez there. Earning that super moniker, just going ham, 1v3, and getting the shatter, getting the cleanup. The Blizzard came in, but it was too late. Everybody was already dead. You're just freezing corpses at that point, man.
Yeah, absolutely nothing that you can do there. You're just not gonna get away from that shatter. The Orisa shield goes down. Gomez holds W and says, "All right, you've dug your own grave. I'm gonna hold W and hit Q now, and there's nothing you can do." And there was nothing that attack mode could do, and that's almost 4 minutes on the clock for Among Us. They had a really smart engagement on both points, taking over that first point with the Sim TP and having that fast re-engage. And on second point, they just let attack mode use those ultimates until they were out and then held W and Q and just engaged overly aggressively and just completely walked through the shields, abused that split off angle that attack mode is running. And really there was just nothing attack mode could do at that point.
Yeah, I really liked the Celestial swap onto Widow because you had to respect that angle. You couldn't just stack against that main body. You had to worry about that Widow getting that headshot, getting that pick potential.
Yeah, now
Celestial gonna do the same thing with this off-angle Ashe with the Mercy boost.
Yeah, now we are going to see... There's no TP coming out here. They're running the Ashe, Hanzo, the double shield. The Maywall comes out pretty early. I don't know if that's to let them change position or what, but it's going to let the rotate come out here. The Bap Lucio letting this double shield move so quickly. And the Immortality forced early to keep people alive on that rotation, but now they've set themselves up in the top left here in this courtyard, and they've got so much room to work with. They can play so patient here.
Yeah, so much room for activities here for the side of attack mode. But a great rotation by Celestial not getting caught out.
Yeah, it's a good halt coming out from Super Gomez, pulling them off that high ground, not letting them stage up there, looking for the picks. And now the wall's going to come out. They're going to be split. Keith is going to take advantage of it. So Super Gomez, and both supports are now down for attack mode. Ship takes out Celestial, and if they can get a couple more picks here, they might actually be able to fast re-engage the way that we saw Among Us do last round, but it's not going to happen. Super Gomez and Eternal will take down Crimson and Rocket in turn. There goes Ship and Chime, and there's no one left from attack mode for them to have a fast re-engagement.
Among Us staggering out the kills, giving time, for those of them who did fall to get back, and not gonna let what they did happen to them. And we're seeing why Among Us chose this map. Like we said, we wanted them to kind of slow it down, get it to a map where it kind of funnels them in, and we're seeing the strength of Among Us when they can do that, when they can slow these fights down. Just an absolutely staggering amount of power.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone tell attack mode that they have to get these first picks when they're running double sniper, because they're pushing in here. They've got the halts and the combos, but just the window's going to come out from Keith, and that's so much pressure that Rocket dies immediately. The shield is needed to keep Neptune up. They're going to get the res because they swapped over to that Mercy instead of the Lucio to mirror. And here comes the counter IMAX screen here. Rocket, Immortality already taken down quickly from Keith, and there's the Dragon to split the point. They aren't going to manage to catch anyone. Eternal, though, he's going to commit the Flux and gets no one. Shift takes down Keith, and Chime takes down Celestial. Bob committed. Muffins is going to get the res, and the Bob gets two. Bob did something here. And Among Us are going to be able to hold this as Rocket gets taken out. And Among Us, it looks like on their map pick of Assault, they know exactly what they want to do here.
They have this map down. They didn't even hesitate when we said, "Hey, Assault towards the Hanamura." There wasn't discussion. There wasn't a question. It was, we're playing Hanamura. And
yeah, they know their strengths, and they chose to play around them.
Yeah, something like if you go Volskaya, something like that, kind of a more open, you can get flanked on Volskaya. You know, you kind of have that dueling high ground. They said they wanted none of that.
Oh, here comes the Flux, though, and they managed to catch the Ashe. The Mercy Pocket is there, though. Celestial stays up, gets Chime, and Rocket not getting as many valuable off angles the way that Celestial is, and the Immortality field taken out. The IMAX screen goes down from Keith. He's going to have so much pressure on that first choke. They're gonna commit the Orisa ult from attack mode. Crimson wants his team to push in, wants his team to get picks. Ship takes down Keith, and that's going to be resurrected by Muffins, but Ship gets another one onto Eternal, and that can't be rezzed. Chime here, trying to put the pressure on Celestial, not let that Ashe get value, but Celestial's still gonna get the value, takes down Crimson as the Immortality field goes up. And Ship in the backline takes down Muffin, Neptune gets the res, and Chime finally takes out Celestial. Rocket gets Keith with that shotgun, and finally attack mode with 10 seconds left are going to take point A.
They're going to take point A, but already guaranteed to have if they do finish, a lower time bank than Among Us here, and it's not even going to be close, even if, you know, it's going to take at least 30-40 seconds even on a fast attack. So you're already looking at maybe 2 minutes left, which is going to be a 2-minute time difference almost.
Attack mode hold this in one fight, but look at the ult advantage. Blizzard, Bob, Supercharged, Valk. It's so much more coming out from Among Us, and they're going to have such an advantage in trying to hold this point. And here it goes. There's the Supercharger. There's the Blizzard. And what are they going to do? Ship immediately frozen out. And the Immortality field used, but also taken out quickly. Gotcha takes down Ship. And even just losing the Sigma, there's such an advantage. Neptune manages to get the res, but Ship, he's going to be stuck against this May here again. He forces Gotcha off him with the rock there. but Bob going to be committed coming out from Among Us and from attack mode. Keith is going to be able to take down Rocket's Bob, and there comes the dueling gravitic fluxes. The ship gets taken down early, and it's not going to be helpful here for attack mode as they just get pushed on by Among Us, as Eternal and Gotcha are just going to clean this fight up.
Yeah, and Among Us is doing an excellent job of kind of counter-ulting. They're not investing more than they need to. They're kind of waiting for attack mode to put in an ultimate and look, okay, this is how we respond. Attack mode throws in another ult. Okay, well, we're gonna answer with this. And so they always just seem to have something in the back pocket ready to go. And look at the ult charge for attack mode. 5%, 4%, 9%, 3%. I mean, whereas you look in, it's all 20s, 30s, 50s for Among Us here. It's easy to see who's winning this ult bank war.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Attack mode, no, they have to beat this double shield. No, they have to cap fast, so they've swapped to the rush. They're going to punish Gomez to try and push right through, not let these off angles be effective. Skyward does get that first pick, but gets taken down by Celestial, and they don't have the mercy to get the res here. Rocket takes down Keith, though, so that trade is out even, but Eternal is going to take down Crimson. Rocket, though, and Chime come in big, take down Eternal, take down Muffin. Gomez forced to swap over to this ball to recontest, but Neptune is going to take out Gotcha, and it's not going to be able to have the Blizzard out here. They're going to stall for one tick, and Celestial knows he has to stay alive. He can't get taken down. Super Gomez just stalling, but he gets taken out of the fight, and there comes the window from Skyward as he comes back. That's going to be so much healing and so much damage. Rocket with a double kill there, holding himself in this fight, and there's the high noon, and it's gonna catch Eternal as he takes down Gotcha afterwards with the standard shot, and it looks like attack mode might just be able to cap with time here. They do, but it's 1 minute versus 4:25 for Among Us.
Ooh. And for those of you who might be a little unfamiliar with Overwatch, if you're capped with less than a minute but more than 0, it goes up to a minute, but that extra time then gets added to your enemy's time bank as well, which is why we see Among Us jump from 346 to 425, and that is an absolute massive difference. We saw attack mode struggle to take point 1. They capped it with just a few seconds left, pretty much an overtime capture. I don't know if they can do it in a minute, and then you have the absolute speed demon that was the Among Us attack now given 425 to succeed.
Yeah, 425, that's just a fresh map.
Yeah.
420, they took first point in under a minute with the fast recontest, and 425 is basically a fresh map. So Among Us are going to cap both points here, I think, with this time bank. The real question is, will attack mode? And attack mode, they've swapped over. They're going to start on this rush comp. They're going to go right in through this double shield. I think it's a smart move here. They know it works. They know that they can just push through the shields and punish with the aggression from that Lucio Ryan combo. And Ship has been getting the value on Sigma. So it really just, if they can push in here, if they can make it through this choke.
And I think this gives them the opportunity of, if the first attack fails, it gives them time to get a second kind of last second recontest. Whereas if they were going with that previous kind of double sniper comp, you really only get one push. So they're going to stage it, probably speed in, and just try to take a quick fight.
Yep, here they go. They're pushing right in with the speed, and Gomez, he's forced to back out as quickly as possible. He gets stuck behind, and he has to split off from his team. Orisa on the flank is not what you want if you are the side of Among Us, and the boop comes out. Eternal goes down, and that's 3 quick kills for attack mode. The rush comp is paying dividends. Rocket chases the flank Orisa, and already a 40-second count coming out from attack mode. They might be able to catch all of them.
You know what that looked like to me? That was an old school goats push right there. That was, hey Lucio, hit speed boost, we're running at them.
Absolutely, and it's just incredible coming out here from...
Gotcha needs to get a big wall here. That's what they're counting on. Is if Gotcha, because they got past the May wall the first time, if Gotcha can get a big wall and kind of section off this rush comp. Oh, they hit him with the bamboozle though!
Oh, and the wall does come out, but it's not going to be enough. The window comes out early, and Rocket uses it to take down Muffins. Super Gomez with the ambitious charge takes out Rocket there, but Chime and Neptune are able to trade this back, and there's Crimson and the Rush comp. It's just too strong with the time to set up, and there's not going to be a serious contest coming out here from Among Us. They've got the May and the Lucio who just have to stall here, but Neptune and Gotcha already taken out. The Doomfist taken out, just burned immediately, and it's just Super Gomez on the point as Eternal tries to come back. They're going to shift to that Sigma and take him out, and the ball not going to be able to recontest coming out here for Super Gomez. And already attack mode with the Rush. They managed to catch both points here.
They needed, you called it. They needed to swap to something speedier. They heard you, man. They're listening in even with that 2-minute delay, and they're like, "Hey, Bart's got a really good idea. We should go faster." And
hey, attack mode. If you need a coach, I'm right here.
They showed him, and that was absolutely phenomenal. Just that the coordination. They stage up. You saw them stage by the windowless van, right outside of the gate, and then they just ran right at Among Us, and then they hit him with the bamboozle too. They staged, made it look like they were gonna go up on the high ground. Gotcha was ready. He's like, "All right, I'm gonna get this massive May wall. We're gonna hold it here." And then they just dropped down right to main, sped on the point, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, they went to the ramen van, and they bought some Vite ramen, and it came laced with that Lucio speed boost, and they rode it straight to the point. Just nothing to stop them there. I don't know. This suddenly feels a lot more winnable.
Would you eat Murloc ramen?
Would I eat Murloc ramen? I don't know. See, here's the thing: is this is slander because I'm from the Pacific Northwest, but I don't like seafood. So if it's called Murloc ramen because it's got a lot of seafood in it, I wouldn't eat it. But if it's called Murloc ramen just because it's branded that way, then heck yeah, dude, I'd eat ramen all day.
Blizzard, we're giving you ideas here, man.
Yeah. Oh, and here comes, okay, the speed coming out from both teams, and the waiting game from attack mode is not going to work out. Crimson dies first, Chime gets Gotcha, but without that Reinhardt, they don't have the presence to keep their team alive. Celestial takes out Rocket, and suddenly this fight, already going in the favor of Among Us, Eternal takes out Chip, and this is just already in Among Us's favor. The recontest is not going to happen from attack mode, and they have to set up here. They have to hold this second point for at least 3 minutes here to try and get under a minute left so that they have a chance to recontest.
Yes. Again, for those of you who might be a little unfamiliar, like I said, if you finish with less than a minute but more than 0, you get to go back up to a minute. But if you finish at 0 and the opposing team finishes with more than a minute, you don't get anything. But the other team gets to attack again.
Yeah, so we're either playing for 6 CP or a draw here. If you are on the side of attack mode, Celestial with the early pick on the Skyward, 6 CP suddenly looking a lot worse. The block comes out on Super Gomez's Shatter, and Chime takes him out, but Crimson falls too. And the pulse bomb from Celestial, he takes himself out, but he takes Ship down too. Celestial with a double kill there, and Gotcha gets the other 2. Eternal cleans it up, and Among Us, this is not looking good for them anymore. Crimson coming back on the ball, trying to contest here. He gets caught in the flux immediately. Rocket here on the Doomfist. Some OG Trank Rocket vibes, but it's not going to matter. Gotcha takes down Crimson, and Rocket doesn't get anyone. He just gets a rock to the face from Eternal, and Gotcha with a high noon takes down 2. Among Us, once again, speed running Hanamura, and I think they found a vent. Yeah, they found a vent that took them right to that second point.
Dude, think about it. You start the map with 4 minutes in your time bank, correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
They have finished the map.
They only gained
now.
time.
They have finished the map twice, and they're down 50 seconds. That is unbelievable.
It's actually pretty incredible coming out here from Among Us. They knew the map they wanted. They knew what was going to work for them. We thought, okay, they pulled the double shield out. They had something different. It's gonna be a different story once the counter rush comes out here from attack mode, but nope. Among Us, they pull out the rush of their own, and now they have 3 minutes and 10 seconds to cap 1 point.
Not even 1 tick. And that's if we've seen anything from Among Us, that's gonna happen in about 30 seconds. We got 25 to the start of the map. That point's gonna get capped in about 30 seconds. You know, don't blink, folks.
It would not be shocking. It would absolutely not
They
be
could
shocking at all.
finish with more than 3 minutes in their time bank, is all I'm saying.
It would, I wouldn't be super surprised, but it looks like still going to be running the brawl here coming out from attack mode, and they're not going to stage for that really close fight. I think this is a lot smarter. It gives them a bit more of an advantage because they have the Mei, not the Tracer coming out here from Chime, and the Mei wall. It's not going to catch anyone. There's nowhere to back up if you're Gotcha, though. He's going to be forced into a pretty bad position, and Ship is going to manage to take him out. There's no mercy here to keep their team alive. Crimson takes down Gomez as well. The fight in this small room not going in Among Us's favor. Keith forced to try and retreat on the Moira, but Rocket not going to let that happen as Ship cleans up the Lucio and the Sigma for the side of Among Us. And attack mode, they've earned themselves another chance in this round.
I like that Mei wall because instead of going normally with the Mei wall, you try to split the team and take a numbers advantage fight. They specifically waited for all the monks to come in, set the wall behind them, threw in the immortality, and just started swinging, knowing that they can't die.
They forced them into that position where the brawl had to come out, and with the Mei, it just becomes harder. Again, there's no escape here, but they just speed around. They didn't want the escape, and now on point, Celestial trying to just hold here. And
I want to see a Coalescence engage and just go.
Yeah, there we go. It comes out from Keith, but the wall splits them, and Gomez, he's going to be trapped there alone. The Flux comes out, catches no one from Ship, but the Shatter is fat coming out of Crimson there. He catches 4 and 4 die on the ground with no way to fight back, and Rocket with a double kill to clean it up. Eternal, he takes a dive off the map, and attack mode only have to hold for another minute and a half.
Yeah,
Alt advantage.
Moira might be striking again.
Yeah, the alt advantage, though, starting to swing in the favor of Among Us.
Yeah, they're going to have 4 big ones, but the Blizzard, we all know Blizzard can just turn a fight on its own. So, most of the time it's used, it's the only ult you need. Nothing stronger than making sure that the opposing team just can't play the game. You're frozen, you can't move, you can't attack, you can't shield.
It's statistically, it is impossible to win the game if you can't play it. That's kind of what a fat shatter from Gomez. The immo stays up as the charge comes out. The beat there to save them, and the Blizzard as well. Gomez is going to go down, but Celestial and Gotcha with a triple kill. Chime catches Celestial, but already attack mode are at a disadvantage here. Skyward, though, he takes out Muffins. They have to contest. It's just Eternal on the point, and Gotcha forced to back. Well, fast re-engage might be coming out here. Gotcha gets dropped low. He has to try and get out. The wall in the way. He has to try and escape with the wall.
Oh, the Eternal
barely manages to keep him alive.
Eternal. Oh, that was so clutch.
Rocket's back on the Doomfist. They want this fast engage, but Celestial catches Skyward. Oh no, that's so bad for attack mode. And now Rocket, he's got to get the kill on this engage. He doesn't. The beat comes out. Crimson trades Celestial, but Eternal takes out Chime. The Shatter comes out. He catches a few shots of Eternal. There is a chance on the back of that Shatter, but the Coalesce is going to come out, and now it is a 3-on-3 on this objective point, and they cannot leave if you're on the side of attack mode because there's only a tick left. The immortality gets taken down. Ship forced to contest this objective point. He's going to manage to stay alive for as long as possible, but now we are in an OT fight. Celestial takes out Rocket, and Gotcha takes out Ship. He drops the Deadeye. The Deadeye takes out Chime, and with all of these kills going in the favor of Among Us, it looks like attack mode are not going to have a chance here unless Neptune can do something miraculous, and it's not going to happen. In OT, Among Us are going to take Hanamura.
Yeah, that was... Wow. So even though Among Us got the win there, that has to feel good for attack mode that they may have finally figured out how to defend against, because you saw 2 rounds in a row absolutely dominated on the first point, and then they hold them for almost 4 minutes. So something happened. Something finally clicked in them, and they finally figured out. So I think moving forward now, I'm not so sure this rush comp is going to work out from Among Us.
Yeah, for sure. This rush comp is going to start becoming a lot trickier for Among Us to run. And attack mode, they figured it out. They figured out how to play it. They figured out how to play around it. And they showed that, as much as there might be a slight advantage for Among Us in this rush comp, they get to pick the next map. They get to pick to run a ball sig map. And they know that they can counter now this rush comp. So this suddenly starts becoming a lot harder for Among Us to run these comps that have gotten success. And if they're forced to run a comp where they haven't been getting success, it just suddenly becomes a lot more dire for them.
Yeah. And I believe we have a hybrid. Yes, we have a hybrid pick up next. So I'm expecting to see something a little bit more open. I know a lot of you want to see Kings Row. Yeah, great map. Not saying that. I'm not saying it's a terrible map. It's a fantastic map. But yes, attack mode coming out with Blizz World, a more open map. You can kind of come from that first point. You can kind of come from a couple different angles, and then the streets phase for Blizzard World is just wide open. You have the StarCraft Cafe that you can come in. You have that high ground with the pylon, and the tank setup. Sergeant Hammer's there having some fun. You can just come from all sorts of angles, and I think Blizzard World was a very, very choice. And I think, honestly, based on what I've seen, I think that's what this match is going to come down to. It's just who gets to pick the map, who gets to pick their style of fight. And since attack mode won that first map, I have to give them the advantage overall because I feel like we're just going to start trading out maps at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to just start becoming a lot harder. I don't know if the trade out maps is even going to be the final play, the final way that this match plays out, because we've seen attack mode adapt already, and we've seen a lot less adaptation from Among Us. They made those last minute swaps to stall out an OT and win an OT, but they weren't making the swaps. They had 3 minutes to play with in that last bit, that last one tick that they needed to take, and they didn't make any swaps until OT. So building to the alts, it kind of worked for them, but did it work in the long run? Probably not. Is it going to help them going forward if they don't adapt and they just keep forcing these rush comps that work exactly in the way that they want them to? Maybe, maybe not. And I'd like to see a bit more adaptability come out of them.
Yeah. And we might see that on Blizzard World. Like I said, it's a much more open map, so you need something to stop those flanks. So I definitely think that we see the McCree again. I don't want to see the Tracer out of Celestial because, like we saw on Oasis, I think if you try to take that Tracer duel with Rocket, I don't think you lose the Tracer duel, but you don't win it against Rocket. And he's just going to apply that extra pressure. Oh, I think we forgot to swap sides or something.
Yeah, it looks like there wasn't a swap there.
It happens, folks. It happens. All right, we're doing the best we can. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it
happens. It happens. We've all been there in scrims. You go to hit start and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we want to be on defense here. Don't worry about it. We're just we're gonna get the swap down. We're gonna get you back any minute now. So.
Oh man.
Payday production, folks. I know chat's probably full of it right now.
This is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when teams run themselves.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole commentary. But I am excited to see
why you need manager teams.
Yeah, this is why you need managers. Why you need coaches. Attack mode, hit me up. This is why you need people who aren't in the game making some decisions every once in a while. But it happens. We move on. We are going to be going into Blizzard World, and I am excited about this purely because for me, this is such a good Tracer map, especially that second point. I really want to see Rocket. I want to see him on that. I really want to see Rocket on that Tracer, and I want to see him moving in just in the most aggressive way possible, because we've seen Rocket. He plays that aggressive Tracer. He takes
just the most aggressive,
and I need to see it this map.
See, Tracer's just happy-go-lucky, just malicious, just angry. Tracer, and it's just like I can't do it. She's just such a happy person all the time.
Oh my god, she is so happy. You're right. And when Rocket plays her, it's almost like Reaper, but just in Tracer's body, with just how angry and aggressive.
That's That's a skin concept that I would love to see. Just swapping heroes. Like give every hero like somebody else's skin. Like
Yeah, that'd be
Ryan
fantastic.
Lucio skin.
Yeah, I'd love to see just like Tracer with the default Reaper like outfit.
Like do it for Halloween. Have the characters dress up each other.
I'd love to see Moira and Mercy swap outfits because they're kind of, you know, they're former co-workers. They've got that repertoire. Like Soldier and Reaper could swap outfits.
I want to see Reinhardt in the.
I want to see Pharah in a lab coat and Mercy in.
I want to see Reinhardt in the McCree summer skin.
No. You give Torb Ryan's armor. And you give,
I can see that. I can see that.
Ryan Torb skin. All right, as we get into this, though.
With the fanny pack?
Yeah, as we get into this, Chime going to be starting off on the Tracer, swapping over to the Echo. I like that for the poke. Gotcha on the McCree is going to be forced to shut him down, as Celestial is going to be taking pretty much uncontested Tracer space here, as it is going to be Crimson and Ship coming out on the ball Sigma with the Mercy Zen, and I like this, but Celestial, he's getting poked down already, forced to use Recall early on, forced to back up, play in that back line, and really not going to be going so well. The poke here definitely going to be going in the advantage of attack mode as they just put the pressure onto the point with Chime on that Echo, just getting space for free, already 50% to their duplicate, but gotcha 70% of that Deadeye as they've been putting so much pressure onto Chime and Neptune from range, and it is going to look like it's going to be a slow engagement here. There comes the boop in from Crimson. He gets those shields out, manages to get out of the way, but that CC, that disruption coming out from the ball is going to be enough here as they stage around and they force the chase. They tried to chase them up. Among Us wanted to chase attack mode, but it's not going to work. There's the Deadeye. It manages to break Ship's shield, but it's not going to catch anyone. Crimson punished with the rock there as he goes in for the pile driver, and Chime's going to be in the background now. Gotcha. He's got to stay up. He's got to avoid this, but he gets destroyed by the disintegration beam, and there's the pile driver for the disruption and the rock to shut down Thief's coalescence. The charge comes through. Ship gets caught by Super Gomez and taken out, and a shatter on the ball. Not going to let him stay up here. He does manage to escape as Super Gomez gets taken out by Rocket, but Celestial gets the pick there. Ship, he's going to come back on time. No, it's Chime who's duplicated the Sigma and built that flux, takes out Celestial, and then with the disintegration beam, he burns Muffins. And with this Echo comp playing that slow poke, attack would have taken point A.
Yeah, and a great attack. I love taking this Ashe, putting it on the high ground, and then Echo over top. I know we want to see Rocket on the Tracer, but this Ashe is just doing such a good job at suppressing the Among Us composition and allowing Chime to just have free reign over the top, getting this poke, getting those beams in, getting those sticky bombs in, and now a big minefield onto Gomez.
Oh, and here comes the Flux, and it catches 3. That's so big, and there's no mortality. There's no defensive ult. Gotcha goes down. Skyward takes out Celestial in the back line as he tries to go for the flank kill. And there's Rocket and Skyward again taking out both supports. And they are such a deadly duo on the Zen Ashe. This first push on the Escort is looking like it's definitely going to stay in favor of attack mode.
Yeah, and like we said on Hanamura, we're seeing why attack mode shows this. Like Among Us did Hanamura. I mean, they had a clear, well thought out strat. Definitely, you can see that they definitely practiced this a little bit. It was very clean. The rotations were there. They knew what to do. If there's one thing that can stop a rotation, it's a Widow headshot.
Yeah, Celestial takes out Rocket, but the res is there from Neptune, and Crimson gets Celestial. Keith manages to take Rocket back out on that Zenyatta, but Crimson, once again, just avenging Rocket, and Rocket, the Bob was already out. He does something, takes out both tanks, and this second point, if the cart hasn't stopped rolling, it's just going to go right through this second point.
Yeah. I mean, a 4.5 minute time bank going into point C here. There's got to be something they got to do, and I'm not sure this Widow swap is good enough because they have the ball, they have the Zenyatta. You can just get dove, slammed, Zen orbed and just picked off. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. They need to apply more pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure here just needs to come in stronger, and Super Gomez swapping to the ball definitely going to be able to try and add that extra pressure, but Ship and Chime are going to get the double kill. Celestial and Super Gomez traded out, and that's 3 for 3 here.
Yeah.
Both supports taken down for attack mode and for the side of Among Us. But with Chime here on the dupe, they're going to have that extra tank presence, and Gotcha also made the swap over to this Echo, takes down Ship before getting traded out by Skyward. This bloodthirsty Zenyatta, as Neptune is going to res Ship. The kill not going to be there for the side of Among Us, and attack mode here really just putting on a masterclass with this ball sig comp.
Yeah, I do like the ball coming out from Super Gomez. The counter diving with Celestial, they kind of backline. Unfortunately, they couldn't do much once the 3v3 started. But I like the idea. I like the idea.
Oh, an Eternal. He's going to team up with Gotcha, who's duplicated that Sigma. Double Sigma action, taking out Rocket, who swapped over that Tracer. But Chime, as Rocket gets res, Chime goes in the backline and takes out Celestial, and Skyward takes out Muffins. As Crimson and Skyward then get traded out, and this fight in this tiny room is going to be capped off with this Flux coming out onto Ship. As Gotcha finishes him off, Eternal takes down Neptune, and they stay alive because of the Transcendence from Keith there.
We're getting some tiny Overwatch here, folks. That was a very small room for a 6v6 fight to take place. And as a Sigma with ult, you gotta love seeing that. You see them group up in that small little bit, and cute, and they're dead.
Yeah, but now, look at the advantage here. Mines, Duplicate, Trance, all coming out here for attack mode, and there's the Flux as well. Mines not going to be comboed with it as they're now put out there. Crimson gets taken down, but the Mines are present. The point can't be contested as Celestial goes down to them. Chime with a double kill as well. Super Gomez in the backline just trying to stay alive, but he goes right into the Mines and is taken out by Crimson from beyond the grave. And Among Us, they have to contest now. They don't have time not to touch this point, but Celestial's down, and so is their ball. They managed to get the contest just for a moment, but it's not going to last. And attack mode are going to cap point 3 with a minute and a half left.
Gomez just a half a second too late. We saw the Tracer touch. You want to kind of swap out touch. Ball's going to touch. Sigma's going to come on. And you kind of want to rotate that out. And the rotation was just a little... You know, Gomez coming back from spawn, so you can't really blame him. It's not like he was slow, you know, getting back and then he missed his rotation. The Tracer couldn't stay on there very long. You know, Celestial did what they could, and just so close to being able to recontest.
Yeah, super, super close fight coming out there, and it really, as soon as the ball sig swap was made, it looked like there was going to be a bit of a chance. There was a much longer hold coming out there. Because there was any hold really for Among Us, and attack mode looked like for a second they were stumped, being forced into positions they didn't want to play, but they turned it back around, let Among Us use all of their ultimates, and then just beat them with an ult advantage there. So Among Us, they're going to try something different. They're going to pull out this Diva Ball. We saw this on Oasis. It's definitely can be viable, especially if you run Ball more like a dive tank instead of running pure disruption. But I'm really not sure if it's going to work out. We saw it failed on Oasis. Is it going to fail here? I don't know.
I like the idea of it, though, because Diva got the new change, the new buff. She has, instead of being 200 armor, 400 health, it's now 300 armor, 300 health. And I hear somebody else saying, well, it's still 608, you know, still... The extra 100 armor, though, it's completely different. It offers that damage mitigation up against somebody like Tracer, like Wrecking Ball, who, when they shoot their guns, you know, it's a lot of little damage over time. It can really add, you know, have a cumulative effect.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And now we're going to see more tiny Overwatch as attack mode. Hold in this room. Celestial pushes right into 6 people and immediately regrets it as he gets sent back forcibly to the spawn room. And here comes the swaps. They're swapping it up. They're going to the to the Ash.
Celestial was Celestial was that meme of that little bird trying to steal the food. Oh man, I took a calculated risk. But man, am I bad at math.
It's the old meme. I lock Tracer. I push into the hallway. I encounter 6 people. I am forcibly sent back to the spawn room. Celestial, he does get the pick though. Coming back, gets vengeance on Crimson. Takes Rocket out as well. And there's no mercy for the reses here. They're running the Sig Zen, and suddenly, Chime gets stunned and taken out by Muffins. And I mean,
very fast.
They swap it up, immediately take this point. So I think they were trying something interesting with the Diva. It didn't work. I think they should learn from that, and probably not worth trying again.
Yeah. But hey, at least they tried something. You mentioned, pre-map that you wanted to see them try something new.
Yeah.
And then they adapted.
Ooh, and the trade's going back and forth here. Gotcha with a double kill as Skyward and Chime and Crimson actually trade back. So attack mode going to take a slight advantage here in this fight, going to hold a bit more aggressively, but they have the much slower spawns. You look how close Among Us' spawn is, and it's going to be real difficult for attack mode to hold here in the long term.
Coming right out of that Snacks Rambus there. That's such a great pun. I love it.
Yeah, this whole map is basically Blizzard flexing their puns. There comes the disruption though from Crimson. He goes in, gets discorded, so he decides to leave. Doesn't want to die really. Skyward's gonna join him though to take the one-on-one against Gomez, and we've seen how bloodthirsty Skyward is. It's gonna help Crimson take him down, and this is now suddenly again flipped back into favor of attack mode. The trance is going to come out from both teams, as is the rally from both teams. And both teams here are going to have the armor, going to have the trance healing, they're going to stay alive. One team, though, is going to have the advantage of spawns and the advantage of having their ball up longer. However, the mine's going to be committed there from Gomez, not from Crimson. The Bob's going to be committed from both teams, and which Bob is going to do something? Looks like Rocket's Bob's going to do something. Takes out Keith as Rocket trades out Gotcha's Bob. Celestial takes out Ship, but Skyward with the melee in return takes him down. Skyward has just been blood hungry all night, absolutely taking down anyone who decides to oppose him.
I get to use one of my favorite Futurama quotes here in teams. Perfectly symmetrical violence never solved anything. You cannot just mirror ultimates and expect a fight to end. It's like, oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this too. Well, we're gonna mine. We're gonna throw in Bob. We have Bob too.
Yeah, it just came down to, you commit that many ults and it just comes down to who does more without the ults there. Gotcha gonna swap over to the McCree instead of the Ashe, trying not to mirror Rocket anymore. He wants to shut down Chime. Chime looking for this pulse bomb here. He knows that if he can get a good stick, he can win this fight outright. Gomez, though, gonna work with his team, gonna have that pile driver, catches them in the flux, but Chime, he takes down Muffins. That's exactly what he needed. There go the support and attack mode. They flipped it again. They're so good at this. They lose that first pick, and then they just re-engage and take down everyone. Crimson with a triple and Rocket with the double. What an absolute outstanding flip coming out from attack mode.
Yeah, when I saw that flux come in and shit was in the air, and Celestial was just waiting for him to come down, and then Rocket just turns around, blasts Tracer in the face, and says, "Nah, man, that's my tank. You leave him alone."
Absolutely. And Crimson, he's going to watch Celestial push this, and he's just going to wait for the opportunity to drop on him. He's not even going to drop. They're going to let Celestial take this space because it doesn't matter, because the fight on the other side is going just directly in their favor. And is Celestial, they saw him. There's no way he C9s.
Okay,
there's no, they saw him earlier. There's no way. Okay. They let that get dangerously close there.
Yeah.
But they managed to hold it still, and suddenly this is looking pretty dire for Among Us.
Yeah, I know there's 2 minutes left, but that's maybe, and with the court that far away, that's maybe 2 pushes. And that's really one fight, and then if you lose, it's a, oh man, we gotta get the point. Somebody touch point. Somebody swap ball. Somebody go Lucio. Like, it's one of those fights.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does become a bit trickier to sustain Chime with the double kill and the pulse bomb. Gotcha, and Muffin sent back to spawn as Eternal is going to follow him. Crimson is going to help clean that up, and Neptune also showing he can be a blood-hungry support, taking out Keith, and suddenly, Among Us, they look so lost. Celestial kills himself with a pulse bomb. No! He gets the damage, so Crimson gets punished, but he needed to stay alive there. It's a 5-on-5 re-engage, and Rocket and Chime are going to have so much extra room to work with without that Tracer on the field.
Yeah, if they could have gotten Crimson and Celestial stays alive, they... Okay, press W, let's go. We got 6v4.
Yeah. And now Crimson's back, and they've swapped to the Widowmaker. They need these picks.
Watch
Bob's going to come out from Rocket. Oh, Celestial gets the pick on the Chime, though. That's so big. Crimson's going to take him down in the back line, and the Bob is now up here, putting this pressure, putting this peel, putting this flank damage in. Bob's now going to be forced back out as he leaves the field. Eternal takes down Ship, but the trance is going to come out. It's going to be used to clear the mines here, and Crimson, he's going to look for the damage. He gets caught in the flux, but he's the only one as the stun comes out onto Eternal, who takes down Skyward. Chime trades out on the Muffin. Gotcha gets Rocket. Chime gets Keith, and Gotcha trades back on our Neptune, and suddenly this is going in the favor of Among Us. They manage to cap, but they don't have very much time to retake here.
And they need to finish with time. Otherwise, like we mentioned on the same rules apply. If you finish with 0 time and they got more than a minute, you don't get another push.
Yeah, and we saw how clinically attack mode took that first point. So if all they need is that first tick, it's going to become dire straits here for
Very
Among
much
Us.
so. What are they escorting this map? Is that the Orc's crown? Is that what that is?
It's something. It certainly is.
Why do you need Overwatch to do this?
Well, okay, I like to say that Overwatch just does more than WoW. But as I say that, Ship takes down Celestial, no Widow impact here, and Eternal, he's just trying to escape. Ship gets booped into him, and Rocket takes down Gotcha. The window coming out from Keith, just trying to keep his team up, but they're not going to be able to use that aggressively now, and I'm not sure if that was the right time to use that, because now all Attack Mode had to do was play LOS, and now they have an advantage. Ship takes down Celestial again. Ship has just been giving no quarter to the Tracer on the enemy team, and Among Us, they have to push in here. The rally coming out from both sides, the Immortality Field being committed just to keep his team alive. There goes the mines from Gomez as he tries to stay in this, but it's just not going to happen as the Flux catches 3, and there's no Immortality to keep them up, so the damage can just be permanent here. Keith and Muffins have to stay alive as Ship trades out into Eternal, but Gomez managed to take out Chime, so no Pulse Bomb in this fight. Ship and Celestial continue to trade this out, and Among Us, they look like they have a chance, but they need to get picks more effectively, and Rocket, he's gonna get 2 before the trance comes out, and they need to contest on the side of Among Us, but it just does not look like Eternal's gonna touch. He won't, and Attack Mode are going to take Blizzard World.
Well done from Attack Mode, just solid. You know, it's kind of one of those things where you bend but don't break. They bent on second or on the first point, pushing back a little bit, got that time bank down. Same thing on the street phase. You bend a little bit, get to the end, and you push back, and eventually that time bank gets so low that while you're bending, they run out of time, and you get the map. And that was very, very well done.
Yeah, and what I love to see here is the Sigma versus Tracer battles that were coming out from both of these teams. Kind of crazy to see, because Eternal and Ship, I think, had the highest kill percentages on the enemy Tracers. I'm pretty sure Ship and Eternal killed Chime and Celestial more often than anyone else on their team, including the fact that they pulled out the McCree on the side of Among Us, and your Sigma was still getting more of these picks, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Sigma, without, if he hits that rock, you're pretty much dead. And then the other big advantage he has is that with those spheres, I guess, the gravity spheres, they do have a little bit of splash, so you can miss a little bit on the Tracer and still be fine, and still do some damage.
Yeah.
And now granted, these guys are all 4.2 to 4.4K players, so they have much better aim than most. They're hitting most of their shots. Don't get me wrong and think that I'm saying that these guys are missing shots. Most of them aren't.
No. But yeah, anything with splash damage, it's going to help you take down Tracer. We've seen it in the past. If you've got a pharmacy, for example, you really just got to hit the Tracer. It doesn't matter if you direct or not. You're doing that damage and putting so much pressure on just by hitting her.
And she only has 150 HP. She doesn't have a lot to spare.
The gravitic orbs from Sigma, you see it in like fire strikes. You just have to get it close enough for it to count as a hit. And with Tracer, Junkrat mines, that's a huge one. Anything where it just puts that pressure on that Tracer and forces them to either back off or die is all that you needed. And we saw it coming out Rocket on the McCree, putting the pressure, just you have to back out or you have to die. We saw it with Chime on the Tracer, on putting the pressure on Celestial. You get dinked a couple times by the enemy Tracer, you have to back up or you are done. And right now we're going to see them swap to Rialto, and I think that's a good pick. You can run a lot of double shield here. You can force that. But it's also still a good Tracer map. It's a good map to run Echo. It's a good map to run Ash. It still kind of favors attack mode, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does favor attack mode if they can keep the fight, if they can either match the high ground or keep the fight onto the low ground. If Among Us is able to take the high ground away, it's over. It's
For
just
sure.
and that's what I'm worried about, because Among Us likes to run that rush, and I'm worried that attack mode is going to try to, like they did on Blizzard World, where they kind of just cede a little bit of ground and then push back. Kind of that pull and then push mentality of when they pull back. If somebody falls off of a ledge, if somebody gets picked, that's it. The fight's over at that point. That rush comp is going to take that high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does suddenly become so much trickier here for the side of Among Us, because we've seen that they can't win with the ball sig comp. We've seen like attack mode, they've just mastered this comp. This is definitely what they want to be running. It's definitely what they feel the most comfortable on. They can run the Ash, the McCree, the Tracer, the Echo. We've seen that the double shield, we haven't seen as much matchup for the double shield, but we have seen that the double shield kind of goes both ways. We haven't seen the rush go both ways. We've seen a bit more of that defense with the Mei from attack mode, but you're right. We've seen Among Us win with this rush comp that we haven't seen attack mode have nearly as much success with. They have had success.
They had the one success
much.
on Hanamura, and that was, but they failed 2 out of 3. Well, if you count point B, 4 out of 5 times they failed to stop this rush, right? So those are odds. If you're winning, 60, 70, 80% of the fights, that's massive. That's absolutely massive numbers.
And we are going to see, we're going to see the Echo Tracer. Rocket's going to rock that Tracer, and they're going to run the Mercy Zen with the ball sig on defense coming out from attack mode. And this is what they needed to run. I was saying, like, they know that this is their comfort pick. How do you counter it? It's been what, 2 maps of not being able to counter this for Among Us. They have to have figured it out by now, or they have no chance.
And that's the thing. They have to expect it, and I think that's why you see Chill coming, at least starting on this Widow. I think he's going to try to take the duo out of the sky, and hopefully he's hoping he gets the Mercy, because the Mercy can't self-res. But even if he gets the Echo, if he forced that res out early, then the rest of the team can push, knowing, hey, if we get a pick off of this push, now there's no res.
Yeah, absolutely. And this first engage, we're going to see it here. Rocket takes out Keith, but Super Gomez with the hook into the pit. They're running pig feet here, and this is really actually a smart move. Really good to counter. You have the CC, the damage from the double snipers, and they can play this more methodical push. They don't have to worry about these engages.
This is such a good...
Oh, and there it is, the hook again under Crimson.
This is... I mean, we mentioned it a couple maps ago that we wanted to see the hog. I thought it was going to come out from Eternal, but Super Gomez says, no, give me that little piggy. I'm going to show you how it's done. It is just getting hook after hook after hook, and is now terrorizing this backline by himself.
Yeah, and this Zen from Keith too, able to take that high ground. Chime makes a smart move, swaps over to the Sombras. You can have some counter on the Sig, you can have some counter on the Zen, you've got the counter on the Hog, but Neptune gets caught out of position by Eternal, and that's such a good pick. And there's so many off angles now being taken by Among Us that I think they have figured it out. Crimson managed to take down Keith, but they got control at this point, and the Valk is up, so there's no real heal difference being here with no Zen. And now Super Gomez, he gets the hook onto Chime on the Sombra, takes him out, and now again the whole hog is going to come out. The damage is going to be there, and this suddenly is just looking really rough for attack mode. It's their turn to try and figure out how to counter this composition. There comes the mines. They might be able to hold under this first point. They force Eternal back into them. Crimson gets that pick, and the hog on the high ground, they know he's there. They're chasing him around. They're not going to let him escape. Everyone is there to punish him, and Gomez gets taken out here. And this is actually the strongest point to hold, the strongest place to hold on this whole first point. So this is where Among Us have to show that this comp can bust through a fully set up ball sig comp.
Yeah, there's so much pick potential out from Among Us, though. You've got the Mercy boosted Ash can one-shot you. Headshots from Celestial. The hook from Super Gomez. The rock from Eternal. the Discord orb from Keith. I mean, this is just
Oh, there's the EMP. They catch 3 as the Flux gets taken down. Gotcha and Eternal dropped extremely low. They have to keep him up here, but Celestial with 2 big picks, and the res comes out. Gotcha getting 2 of his own, and the trance is all that's left. Skyward, he's been getting kills all night, but I don't think he can win a 1v6.
oh come on, I believe in Skyward. Oh,
Yeah,
but that was
Celestial,
such a well done fight.
Yeah, Celestial here on this comfort pick, I think, too, on the Widowmaker is just really helping them out. Not forced to take the Tracer battles, just can play from range, get those picks, and it's functioning really well here for Among Us. They've figured it out. They know what they need to be
the
running
high
at.
ground quickly too, like we mentioned.
Oh, and they get forced off, and there's the Bob, and now they're stuck on the low ground with Bob putting the pressure in. And Ship, he's just going to deny it as Skyward takes him down. But they've given up so much space, so much advantageous positioning here. And this high ground suddenly is not going to matter as much as they've already made it around the corner. The contest coming out here from Rocket, trying to let those mines have an impact, but it's only going to catch. Oh, he does manage to catch Gotcha. Gomez gets dropped low by the mines, but he still had that breather there. And Gomez takes out Rocket. The Hog, not just a ball counter. He manages to take down Tracer 2. Chime gets Muffins, but Celestial gives him a free haircut there, takes him out too. Skyward giving Celestial one right back as Crimson takes down Keith. And this is such a back and forth, but it is slowly going in the favor of Among Us.
Yeah. And this is something that I mentioned in the we don't know much about Among Us. We don't have any real much about these players outside of looking at their player profile. So they have these weird compositions that they might come out on, and this is one of them. I mean, how often are you seeing double sniper pigtoes?
Oh, Rocket, he takes out Gomez, trading back onto Neptune. The trance came out from Skyward to keep his team up there, but I don't know if it's going to be as impactful. Ship manages to get Gotcha as Keith takes on Skyward, but now there's no supports alive. Ship gets Eternal, though, managed to bring this back, and Neptune has made it back from the spawn. Now Muffins is going to resurrect Gotcha, opting not to save their Zenyatta there, as Keith has made it back already, and this is suddenly such an interesting fight. Rocket taking this high ground, and it's so back and forth. The EMP comes out, catches Keith and Gomez. Gomez is going to manage to escape, though, as Rocket takes out Keith. And now attack mode, they've set themselves up again.
Yeah, that was very, very close to having points. But they managed to just stop it just in time, and now they get to have this high ground fight where Among Us has to be on the low ground. I don't think they push them off. They're certainly going to try, but I'm not sure if they're going to be successful.
Oh, Ship gets Celestial, and that's so much backline presence taken down. They can now be so much more aggressive as Ship goes in on Gotcha. There's no DPS, no damage. It's all on the Roadhog here, but everyone else on Among Us says, all right, you can go 1v6, Gomez. We're going to back up and reset with our team.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you really just have to avoid this hook right now, because with Celestial swapping back over, and as I say, that Ship goes down to the Hawk.
Gomez takes out Ship. The res comes out from Neptune, but Celestial takes them out in return. And Keith just takes Ship out again. Bob committed, but he's been put in the corner, put in timeout. Bob, he knows what he did. He's in timeout now. Keith gets taken low, but Among Us, they push through here, even with Bob kind of, being a little shy, playing in the corner. Among Us get the value
Bob
there.
Bob is not an extrovert. All right, if we learned anything from that cinematic, who does what Ash tells him to do.
Yeah. I mean, well, he's like a butler, right? He waits until he's needed. Right there, he wasn't needed, so he just, stood in the corner, waited for Ash to tell him what to do. That's still doing something. We can't discount Bob just because.
Yeah, no, he did what he was told. Ash told him to go get out the corner.
Gotcha there, taking out Crimson, though. Back into this fight. Eternal taking on Neptune. Among Us, they're just slowly rolling through this whole map. This pig feet comp seriously seems to be working, and the Flux catches 2. Skyward, he's not going to have the trance to save that, so Eternal can trade Ship out as Gomez takes down Rocket, and it looks like this is going to be just a fast third point take, and this is going to be so hard to take. The triple EMP comes out, but Gomez didn't get EMP'd. Yeah, the whole hog gets a triple there in return, and Among Us just keep looking,
getting out the valve.
Comes out, they have to hold, but no, they're not able to touch on time, and this is such a hard point to capture, and they caught it with time.
Yeah, That's important. And the other big thing is I want to give a shout out to when that EMP came out. Muffins got the Valk out, was able to give that group healing out to everybody during the EMP, kept everybody alive, kept everyone sustained. You know, you don't see a lot of big tech mercy plays. You know, you don't see a lot of mercy kills like you do for flex supports. So they need some love too, and that was a very, very solid. I just want to give a special shout out to them for that.
Yeah, for sure. And attack mode, I think they just don't have the right read on how to counter this hog here. They haven't really been able to shut Gomez out this entire round. They could swap to an Ana here. They've got the antis and the sleeps. They swapped to Sombra to try and shut it down, but they didn't really get value out of the Sombra on the hog, and Gomez was allowed to just run wild. I'd love to see them swap to something with more range. When we saw this in Owl, there was Hanzo, there was Sombra, there was Tracer. We were seeing these compositions. There was Ashe. We were seeing these compositions with range and that could shut out the utility of the Roadhog, and we're not seeing that here. We're not seeing what should be logical swaps to counter this Roadhog coming out from attack.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Hog hook is 15 meters. Maybe?
It's some stupid, ridiculously long length like that. Yeah. It's across the map. That's
it's longer than a chain should be.
Yeah, 100%.
But
it's
still not
more of a grappling hook.
Yeah. But definitely capable of being outranged. But Rocket says no. I trust my Tracer skill, and we saw it in Fog. You know, Rocket can definitely play some Tracer.
Yeah, for sure. And if he can get this backline, yeah, if he can get in this backline, he can take out Keith, take out Muffins, get Gotcha maybe. He might have a chance, and they're going to push in on Keith here, and he gets taken down. There we go, exactly what they needed. Muffins falls too far down, but Gotcha trades Rocket out, and that's the issue with these ranged compositions that can play alongside the Hog and the Sigma. You can't really engage without putting yourself out in the open, and you get taken down by Gotcha like that. Ship manages to take out Gomez, and it looks like they're going to keep rolling through this first point, but oh, there's Chime taking out Celestial. There we go. That's the pick that they needed to get.
Yeah. That now the range from Among Us is gone. Like that massive kind of range advantage that they have is gone. But Celestial going to come back just in time, and with that range can just shoot from spawn. Look at just chilling in that back door.
Yeah, a lot more natural cover to be played here if you're on the side of attack mode. Eternal forced to just sit on this point, try and hold on his own. Celestial gets Neptune though, and that's such a big pick with no Brig. But Chip takes out Gomez, the trade back, and now Muffins is just looking for that opportunity. If he can get the res, he will go for it, but he's not gonna get there. And there's the trance, and now just a meter to go, and the flux comes out, forces them off of that point. Crimson is going to take out Keith, but Celestial domes Chime, and Rocket is going to go down to Gotcha again, and there's the res from Muffins. It's just not going to last for the side of attack mode. They're going to be forced to back up here, and instead, Chip gets hooked in and taken out quickly.
Yeah. I'm loving this composition because you have
they
this
looked at the
Widow.
C9. Oh, Neptune.
You have this Widow over top applying this massive range advantage. And Celestial's hitting shots. Like, that's the big thing. Is Widow is only effective if they're hitting shots. If a Widow is hitting shots, there's no pressure. You don't have to worry. You're just taking the spade. Celestial,
absolutely.
Getting shots here and there. The Hog hook, tons of pressure. You always have to be worried. Even though this isn't Hook 1.0, you're still worried about that hook coming, from just odd angles. And then you have this Mercy boosted Ashe that can just take your head off. And then the Dynamite, again, can provide massive AoE together.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to try and force this range advantage to be non-existent. Coming up on this high ground plane run, and look at Rocket and Crimson. They're so far on the flank here trying to take Celestial out, and there he goes. And now, no, Muffins is going to get taken out as well. And now Rocket is just going to 1v1 Gotcha. Skyward gets the finishing blow there. Now there's really nothing that can be done as Chime. He's going to duplicate onto the Hog and get that whole Hog off just for good measure.
Yeah, I would like to see Super Gomez play a little passive. Right now he's looking for these flanks. He's looking for these big kills. Although with that whole Hog, I get the swap. But if he kind of played back more on the mid line, when that Tracer tries to dive Celestial, he can get that hook in. I felt like he was playing a little and wasn't quite getting as much, hook value as he could have.
Oh, there's the
That's a
flux
big
that comes
flux.
out, catches 3, Gotcha goes down, and they're not gonna have the room for the res there. There's the pulse bomb onto Celestial, and he didn't have recall because of the flux. And now Keith, he's stuck in a room. Muffins goes down too, and it's such a good ult combo coming out.
I love that combo. But as we see from attack mode here, they did have to use a lot of ults there. All they're going to have going into this fight is the Transcendence, but nothing but the Flux on the side of Among Us, and that gets countered by the Flux. So you had to give the advantage to attack mode here.
Yeah, Eternal now put in a really bad position. Super Gomez, though, made the swap to the ball, takes out Chime. Keith gets shipped too, and Celestial with the pulse bomb takes out Neptune, and suddenly this fight swung as quickly as the last one in the favor of Among Us. And Skyward, not going to be able to escape there if you have a Wrecking Ball right behind you.
I am either fantastic at caster cursing, or I'm a terrible animal. Every time I say somebody has the advantage, they fight.
Yeah, I mean, you were right. It should have gone in the advantage of attack mode there. But Among Us, they had the ults. They used them properly. And now the advantage of ults still going to be slightly in their favor.
Yeah, I would love to see a rally engage you, let Neptune go, have your tanks take a little damage here or there, throw out 1 or 2 armor packs, and then hit that Q button and go in with the duplicate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see your Chime. He gets that disintegration beam in only on time for the Flux to come out, but the Rock stops it. Oh, that's so huge coming out from, I think that was Chime, not Eternal. And there's the Flux coming out from Chime. It's going to catch the Zen in the backline. Keith stands no chance of surviving that. And now suddenly, this is not looking good. Bob comes out. He's going to try and do something, not being shy on the point this time, but he's just going to get burned down. There's no way Bob is going to be able to get anything done. Rocket takes him out, and Chime gets Gotcha. And now, the point's going to get capped for attack mode. Point gets capped for attack mode, and they're in a really good spot here.
Yeah, and they push forward, get a couple clearing kills, so that way they don't have to take an early fight here on this 3rd point. And they could cap with 1.5 minutes, but if there's any hint of a stall coming out from Among Us, we could see very, very similar things. But Rocket's gonna...
Oh, Rocket. He knows how to use that pulse bomb. He knows that there's no mercy to res it, so he can go for 1 target. He takes out Eternal and Celestial on trade. He gets Neptune. Rocket takes out Gomez, though, so there's no tank line here from Among Us, even with the fast spawns. There goes the... Oh, no, Keith, he gets taken up by the Flux, but Rocket takes him out in mid-air, so there's nothing he can do, even with the Immortality field, and Chime is just going on a tear now. Super Gomez swaps the Orisa, trying to stall on classic double shield, but now it's just Eternal and Muffins. Celestial makes it back as the rally comes out from Muffins, but neither of them should be able to stay up here for too long, as the Pulse Bomb goes out from Rocket, catches no one, but forces them into Skyward as Muffins goes down, and now it's just Celestial trying to hold here. He gets taken down as Chime swaps himself over to the Tracer, and there's going to be a lot of Pulse Bombs coming out from him here as he manages to push the pressure down, but the mines come out from Crimson, and now the point is clearly in the favor of attack mode as they manage to capitalize on that and cap with 8 more seconds.
Good stall, though. Not a massive difference in bank. So that was definitely a bit of a fiesta there at the end, shall we say?
Yeah, I mean, it's 0.3 of any escort map.
Yeah.
You're going to have a bit of trouble.
You're kind of going to get
QCP.
Yeah, it really does. But excellent stall coming out. They were able to buy some time. And now both teams... I tell you what, I think I give the advantage to Among Us as we saw on their attack. I felt like they were just a little bit more aggressive. They were able to push, at least on point A, a little bit quicker. I definitely think that attack mode had a faster street space. They didn't really struggle as much. They were able to secure the high ground, whereas Among Us had a really, really good point A and just kind of struggled to secure the high ground when they were attacked. But if they can get a decent point A push, get point A, get maybe halfway through streets phase, get to that overpass is on the streets phase at that corner. I think that gives them a really solid win condition because I feel like they can hold attack mode from capping the first point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw good first pushes coming out from both of these teams. It really comes down to who can, I think, hold that last choke on point A better. Is it going to be the Roadhog comp? Is it going to be the Wrecking Ball? And we're going to see this first fight play out here. They're going to play a lot slower, not going to let that hook get the value, and they do have Gotcha now on the Ashe. So they're going to have this range, even though they're not running Celestial on the Widowmaker. And I like this. Celestial gets to put pressure on the backline, gets to keep the supports honest as Rocket is trying to do the same. Skyward takes out Gotcha, though. Once again, just clicking on heads, and Rocket takes down Keith. Now the Resurrection is there, but they have to choose which target. Celestial manages to get Rocket as Crimson takes down Muffins, and Chime goes for a swim. He said it in chat himself. He doesn't even know what he just did. Yeah, gonna be an interesting replay, I think, on that one, as Eternal and Gomez keeping this frontline pressure with these tanks managed to push in here, but now it is overtime. The ult advantage not really going either way. Celestial having a bit faster push towards that pulse bomb, but Rocket, we've seen him build them in like a clip or two in the past, so I wouldn't be super surprised here. Gotcha, though, swaps over to McCree, gets the stun onto Crimson, takes him down. Neptune trades out onto Eternal, and Shit takes down Keith, but now there's no tanks alive. Muffins gets the res as well. Skyward takes out Celestial, but the advantage... Oh, Rocket takes down Eternal. Gotcha's still the only one putting out consistent damage for either team as he gets a double there, and Super Gomez on the hog, managing to stay alive, helping Gotcha secure this fight for his team. But Crimson's going to go back for the contest. He stays on it. He goes for the boop. He doesn't get it, but he gets the shields out. Can they continue to touch? No, they can't, but it does give his team time to get a good respawn here, and they can re-engage properly on streets.
But this is why I gave the advantage to Among Us. I feel like that hawk gives them at least somewhat of... Oh, the hawk! That was
the
nasty.
hook onto Chime there. Absolutely demolishes. Oh, Chime, though, he does have that flight, and he's coming back fast with Duplicate. They can still stage on this high ground and hold control as Celestial. He goes in the back. He's looking to get that pick there, but he's not going to find anyone, and we've seen Skyward punish him so many times for this. And now we see Chime is back. The Deadeye comes out right now, not finding anyone. It goes off, doesn't catch anyone. Rocket takes out Keith, and there's the mines. The difference between having the Wrecking Ball is that the mines can shut out this point here, and the trance from Skyward. Now Keith has to spawn in front of Skyward with a full volley ready, and he gets taken out immediately. And with that, it's going to go in favor the Streets phase hold for attack mode.
That's, like I said, that's about where I thought they were going to get phase. So, hey, one for 20. I finally got a call already.
There we go. Yeah, no caster curse this time.
And I feel like that sets up a really solid win condition for them, especially if they're going to run this pick comp, because you're going to get 3, maybe 4 fights, and you really only need to win one of them with this Widow, with this Hog, with this Mercy boosted Ashe, if they're going to run that back. Oh no!
I like this. Gotcha coming in here. He's gonna be on the McCree, and I actually really like this because we saw what the stun did against Crimson, and we saw on that first point. They really only got value playing in that range. They pushed right into the tanks and just took them out for attack mode. So attack mode here, they can't be as aggressive on the tanks now. So they're opting to run this Pig Feet as a more cohesive unit with that McCree there to stun the ball, stun the Tracer, and keep them in that fight. I actually really like this pick. I don't know if the Tracer is the good counter pick, though.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to run this, you run something mid-range brawly. Maybe run... I mean, I'd love to see it run with maybe a Reaper or something like that.
You could definitely pull out the
Ashe with the coach gun, something like that. That would definitely keep you meta.
Yeah, we're gonna see the poke here coming out from Chime once again, just having that poke advantage, playing the Echo against McCree is the only real hit scan. The Discord Orb from Keith can be used effectively to take Chime out, but they're gonna keep it on Rocket whenever possible, just to not let him take that space for free. And there's no mercy from either team for the reses here. So as the damage comes out, as Rocket takes down Gotcha, there's the stun from the Brig, but they don't have the McCree anymore, so Rocket can take out Celestial, and Chime and Skyward can just push right in, and now here we see it. They just push onto the tanks and take them out.
Yeah, and well done. That, like you said, they've kind of focused that McCree. They kind of knew that was the win condition. Was, they Among Us wants to get this flashbang, kind of a CC chain combo. You kind of want to flashbang into Hog Hook, into Sigma Rock, and just get somebody down. So they made sure that they stopped that chain. But now Celestial was big early pick.
He gets the assassination, and they don't have the rally here to make up for the lack of healing. The beam comes out, the disintegration is there, but there's no ults really to counter that. Trance was the ult that they have. Ship eats the pulse bomb from Celestial, but Gomez with the hook onto Rocket, and Gomez takes down Crimson too, and now the Hog is getting that value, denying that space, and it looks like Among Us are going to take map 4. We are down 2-2.
We're going to map 5, baby.
In to map 5.
Here we go. This series is absolutely nuts. This is so back and forth. Oh man,
it definitely. This is going to be
interesting
because we're going into control now, which we saw the last control, and here this is it. This is the volley. Keith gets rezzed right into that.
Oh, I missed that.
We're going.
That has such a bad feeling getting rezzed. He just sees.
Yeah, you get rezzed and there's a Tracer and a Zen with a full volley staring you in the face, and it's like, all right, well, back to spawn room I go.
It's like somebody giving you a Senzu bean. Somebody gives you a Senzu bean, and you just wake up and come in. You're like, oh,
yeah,
really, you're gonna
real Krillin vibes. Yeah. OG Dragon Ball. Whenever they gave a Senzu beam to Krillin, that's a waste of a Senzu beam. Just let him stay unconscious. He'll be fine.
Hey, he's the strongest Earthling in that universe.
Yeah, I mean. Sure. That says a lot. Yeah, but like I said, we're going into Oasis now. We're going to be seeing Busan.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good map pick. You can run the ball here. They can run that rush comp as well.
Yeah, I feel like Among Us takes mecha base with their rush comp.
For sure. So yeah, I think for sure, but we saw last time, even on maps where rush should be the meta, because we saw University, we saw University and Gardens, 2 maps where you can kind of force rush if you really need to, and didn't work out for Among Us, and they might have figured this out, they might have worked around it, and figured out a way to perhaps counter the ball already if they run the hook. They run that Roadhog, but it's gonna be really tricky here because all we've seen is dominance from attack mode on these control maps.
Yeah, definitely. They 2-0'd Oasis earlier, and the Gardens map wasn't all that close. University definitely. I think University went 99-100. So we saw that, and I think that's what Mecha Base is going to come to. I think Mecha Base is going to be really. Among Us needs to take Mecha Base because I think attack mode might 100-0 downtown, if not like 100, maybe like 40-50. I definitely give downtown to attack mode. Sanctuary is gonna be the weird one because Sanctuary, it's a fairly open map, but it has kind of a low skybox. Fairly low skybox. I feel like so. Yeah, you can run the Echo a little bit, but I don't think Echo's gonna have as much effectiveness, especially if Gotcha comes back out on that McCree. So I feel like you can run the rush comp, but you have to. If you're going to run that rush comp, you absolutely have to get Lucio speed boost onto that backline, because if that Tracer, if that Ashe, is able to get onto your backline and is able to take out your Zinyan or whoever you got back there, it's over. It's done with.
Yeah, I do expect to see a lot more of that Ashe coming out here. It'd be nice to see some Widow matchups as well. We've seen Celestial on the Widow, but we haven't really seen any real matchup, any real Widow head-to-head coming out from either team here. So that could be pretty interesting. What I would also love to see, and I think we definitely are going to see, is I'd love to see some Echo matchups. You can definitely run Echo Tracer on Sanctuary. You can run Echo with the Ashe as well. I'd love to see more of the Echo coming out from both of these teams. However, I do think this will be decided by which tank comp is the most viable and which tank comp is the most played.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like you said, I think it comes down to that tank line of who is going to assert their play style. And that's what Tank is about. You know, it's about saying, hey, this is how we play the map. This is how our team plays, and you're going to play our style of Overwatch. That's why, you know, when you see things like, you know, dive versus brawl or whatever, it's usually the tank line that gets to decide who wins the fight.
Yeah, and we're going to start on Sanctuary, which is a very interesting map here, because I think this is where we're going to see the test of which comps will be played the most. Are we going to see the ball coming out? Are we going to see... we're going to see the ball coming out from both teams. What DPS we're going to see right now? Sim Soldier coming out from attack mode. I somehow doubt that.
Yeah, I doubt that's going to be the comp. You know,
we are seeing Tracer
might Symmetra out. Yeah, I think,
for sure.
Oh, there we go. Gomez swapping back over.
Okay, so we're gonna see the Hog. I like the Hog here if they're running it as a counter. I'm not sure. Rocket's
locking the legs.
He's locking the legs.
Shine is swapping. Is it going to be the Echo? No, it's the Tracer.
Okay, I like this actually. This is the ranged pressure that they were missing, and I think it's a lot more versatile. It can stay in their backline, protect their healers, and it can punish that Hog from a much better range. And as we see, first hook goes out, and right now there's just a better read as the Tracers are on opposite sides of the map. Crimson and Chime are going to get those first 2 picks, and immediately this ball comp is working out for the side of attack mode, as I believe they're going to be able to cap this first one uncontested.
And like you said, Rocket on that 76 gives him that kind of mid-range option. He can stay out of hook range, but still be just as effective as a DPS. You know, that 20 to 25 meters right where 70 to be, and that's right outside of hook range, so that's he might have a field day on this map.
Absolutely, and we already see Chime and Rocket building up to those DPS ults. They put so much just poke pressure in from range. Here comes the pile driver. Eternal is a little too far ahead. He gets stunned out of his rock. Not going to have that crucial stun ability to keep the CC in favor of his team here, and the poke is just going to force Team Among Us back as Rocket from range across the map is going to take out Gotcha. And Rocket, the Tracer in the
Rocket's
backline.
Up on Tracer duty. He's saving his Rocket. Rocket saving the Rocket for the Tracer. When she comes in, just shoots it right at her feet. She immediately has to recall.
Yeah,
so
and now they have the Pulse Bomb and they have the Deadeye. Chime literally just needs to get 1 pick with this Pulse Bomb to have the advantage. And Gomez, here we see it, forced to go back to the ball here, forced to mirror,
and they forced
but with 60% capped. Oh no, Chime, he gets the Pulse Bomb out, does not get a pick though. There goes the Shatter, and here comes the Trance from Keith to keep his team up. Celestial takes down Neptune and Skyward. Celestial in the backline is going to make this work. Gets the triple kill, takes down Rocket. Celestial putting the team on his back for a second here to win this fight, and it's going to be cleaned up by his teammates as well. So 77% taken before the swap finally comes out for Among Us.
Yeah, but look at this ult bank for attack mode. You've got Trance, Rally, Mine. We're gonna probably see that flux into the minefield comp. And there's no Trance from Key. There's no way to clear that minefield to keep people up.
That's the thing is Chime didn't get the pick with that Trance, but what he did get was even more valuable. He forced the Trance out before the Flux or the Mines were used, and we've already seen it. Here we go. Crimson takes down Muffins, and the Rally goes in. They have such a huge advantage here. Crimson gets Gotcha as well. They've also swapped to mirror the legs Rocket with the Rocket onto Keith, and Chime takes out Eternal, and it's already flipped back. Not even 40% capped by Among Us.
Yeah, but they did have to use 4 in that fight, but they still don't have to worry about the timing because of the swaps that were forced out. You're not really losing too much. Yeah, there's a Tracer Pulse Bomb, but Tracer always has Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, we see that now. Both of them have Pulse Bomb. Oh, the stun! Did they get stunned out of the Pulse Bomb? Celestial just got stunned out of the Pulse Bomb animation by Neptune.
That might be the first time I've seen that.
Rocket takes out Muffins, and Gomez went down early, so he's not in the fight. And now Eternal gets traded as well as Rocket. He's gonna pull a Gotcha. Sorry, he's gonna pull out the sights, but Crimson with the pile driver takes him out. And this ball comp already paying dividends for attack mode as they take round 1. They take Sanctuary.
And that's what I said about forcing the team to fight your fight. They literally forced Among Us to swap off of the McCree, off of the Hog, onto the ball and the legs, something that they weren't as comfortable on, probably something that they haven't practiced as much as attack mode has practiced it. And, you know, when you're fighting your enemy's fight, the enemy's probably going to win.
Yeah, and now we're going to see
This is what I want to see out of Celestial, though.
downtown. And we're gonna see we're gonna see the rush. We're gonna see the partial rush. So we're gonna see May brawl. Okay, no, they're swapping Lucio. We're gonna see rush with the May here from Gotcha for Among Us, and we've seen them have success with this, but we're going to see the Echo Tracer
Celestial
with
broke
the
my heart.
Brawl Sig, and so actually this is better for them because this is how you run this brawl more effectively. And now they're just gonna play for poke.
Personally.
Yeah, look at this. Chime taking this high ground. He can play for poke. They don't have the
They're just running right
hit
at
scan
them
to shut it down, and they run at them, but they can just escape. They just run away, and there's nothing really that can be done by Among Us here to completely secure a fight. They have to just try and rush in. Crimson, oh, he sets up Gotcha and he gets taken down by Rocket, and now this fight is so clearly in the favor of Among Us. They're not going to lose anyone as they just clean up. Sorry, in the favor of attack mode as they just clean up Among Us.
Yeah, I like the thought process, but they went after the target. If you're going to try this speed rush, you know, hey, we're just going to charge the other team, you need to find a target that has low to zero mobility. And in this comp, that would have been the Zenyatta. If they would have Skyward, gotten the Zen, and then pushed on the rest of the team, now you're in a 6v5. But instead they tried going after the Echo, the Tracer, and the Ball. And they just rolled away.
Rocket showing us some fancy footwork with Tracer, getting Gotcha, not living up to his name as he's the one who got. And now they've swapped over to this hog comp. They've swapped off the rush. They're just running their own poke. Celestial trying to get work done with this Widowmaker, trying to find picks, but is not going to happen. He gets pressured out. Crimson chases, and Celestial's forced to back up completely. And now we're going to see Tiny Overwatch as the Flux comes out. To save them here. Ship takes out Muffins, and Rocket with the backline gets Eternal. Gotcha manages to get two. He might be keeping his team in this, but Rocket gets another one, and now Gotcha gets a third before Crimson takes him out. So he tried to keep his team alive in this, but it's just Gomez and Celestial's too far back in the backline to make this work. If he gets Chime, they might be here with the recontest.
Yeah, although Crimson gonna slam in on that. Muffins here.
You gotta get out. Muffins gets taken out. Celestial with another pick, though, takes out Skyward before she takes him down, and the trades back and forth are making this seem doable here, but it's just not going to happen as Eternal gets taken down. Gotcha alone on the objective point gets taken out by Rocket to a punch in the face, and it's just Gomez now who's not going to
hands.
Gomez is going to have such a hard time getting out here, and it's just not going to happen as Rocket hits that pulse bomb.
Rocket, 2 punches and a pulse bomb. Just give him a 2-piece and a biscuit combo. Just he said in Valk he was going to go God mode.
Yeah, the
He's
touch.
continuing that over into Overwatch Tranquility Open.
Gotcha takes down Neptune. Rocket trades out on a Muffins. They do manage to trigger the overtime, but Chime takes out Celestial. The Flux comes out, but Trance is already up in the stun. No, the kill onto Eternal. Super Gomez manages to take out Chime, but it's just him and Gotcha and Keith. He manages to take out Crimson off the map, but Ships takes out Gotcha, and now it's just Super Gomez. He manages to stay up with the breather, but he's being focused down too hard. Rocket takes him out, and now Muffins, he has to stay alive. But with that Discord orb on him, the Rock will take him out, and Celestial dies as soon as he gets that objective point. And I have been disconnected from the game server. Val, please take over for me.
Yeah, so the point caps, attack mode wins 100-0, and I'm not sure Rocket died that entire last map.
I don't think he died either, from what I saw. I'm back in the game, but I can't see because it's done.
Yeah, we're seeing a play of the game from Gotcha here on the McCree. Taking the high ground, drop. Oh, this is when he got the
That's the triple?
Oh, yeah, it's the flash fan, and then gets the headshot on the brig. And then double body shots the Tracer. Well done. We love to see the flash fan combo.
Oh, I mean, you know what? It's a viable strategy. I don't hold it against anyone unless they do it against me, in which case I fully hold it against them.
In which case they're trash.
We shouldn't do that. Yeah. In which case it shows a lack of skill. If it's done against me, it's wrong and bad. If it's done against anyone else, totally fair game.
Totally viable for that. But yeah, as we see here, that control point difference coming out of attack mode, winning both control points 2-0. Like you mentioned, they just have control point down. They had this counter rush down by the time they got to Busan. And it was just very, very well played. And congratulations to Attack Mode. Looking forward to watching them in the finals.
Yeah, attack mode. They're going to advance to our finals against our Zero. Their chance to get some revenge against the team that knocked them out of the.
Hawk, I believe, right? No.
I believe they knocked him out of.
Was it Gauntlet?
No, they knocked him out of Silvox tournament.
Silvox, yes.
Or no, it wasn't. It wasn't FOCC. They beat him to take third place, and they also triumphed over them in Open and Trials, I believe, this year. So this is a serious revenge mode from attack mode here. They definitely want to take this. They do not want to let this go. So they're going to be fighting not just for $1,000, but also, to prove that, hey, you can't beat us every time. So going to be real interesting to see here as we go forward. I have been Bard as your play-by-play today. You can find me on Twitter at OWBard. That may be changing soon, but for now, that is what it is.
Rebrand.
Val, go ahead and plug your information, then I'll take it.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch or on Twitter, / VolNilo. That's 2 A's. And I stream it very, very occasionally, but Overwatch or maybe some Heroes of the Storm. You don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, you can find me on Twitch at OWBard too. It's probably important to mention at some point. We have had our wonderful Transcendence community, our Tranquility community commissioner Cavalier doing the production for us, manning that Sky Cam, keeping us up to date with what is happening in the games. Please give him all of the love and appreciation because he is absolutely wonderful. And we will see you guys soon as we head into the final match of Hour Zero versus Attack Mode. So stay tuned and we will be back very shortly.
make sure. Back.
Okay, getting the first pick. Get 3, Pyro, get 3 with the
Void Kick putting on a clinic.
Whole team's down.
Nailed it! I told you to stop resisting.
Experience tranquility.
You think that.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's grand finals time here at the Tranquility Open, and we've got a good one. My name is Zor, and I am joined by my casting partner, Moxie, for today's matchup between Hour Zero and Attack Mode. Mox, this is, right, it's new faces, old match, new faces, also an old league. I feel like I'm coming home, but I'm watching teams that I've been casting recently. This is like the perfect little blend of two things for me, and I couldn't be more excited. How are you feeling about today's matchup?
This is a grudge match, isn't it? This is a story of two teams that have met each other throughout the year, and we've got Hour Zero, who on one hand has met Attack Mode multiple times, but Hour Zero is the team that got just a little bit further in every single instance. You compare the two side by side, Attack Mode, Hour Zero, both were in FOC, and Attack Mode went out, lost out on third place to Hour Zero, and then were in Open Division and managed to, I believe, pick up 6th in NA, whereas Hour Zero were able to win the entire thing. So it is definitely going to be interesting to see how these two interact with the Sigma and Bull meta moving forward.
You know, I've got a crazy theory though, right? It's that Attack Mode has just continuously gotten better. You know, you get to talk with some of the players and the owners and what personally as a caster over time. And having talked to them, having looked at their pickups, I believe it was Rocket and either Ship or Chime that they picked up recently, just before that Open Division finish that you mentioned earlier. And every single time they've edged closer and closer to actually taking down Hour Zero, right? At first it was taking 6th place in Open Division, going up to then fight them for 3rd place in Fox. So it's only gotten closer between these two, and that game only gets better.
Especially because, I mean, you want to talk about Ship, you've got to talk about Sigma in the same sentence. Come on, we know how deadly that guy can be on that tank, and this meta really does feed into the playstyle. So I think if Attack Mode have any moment to beat Hour Zero, to finally be able to take down this opponent, it's right here, it's right now, and what better time in a grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, Ship, Rocket, these two pickups have just brought them so far. They filled a lot of the holes in the roster. You talked about Ship a little bit. I have to go talk about Rocket. You know, I started casting here at Overwatch Tranquility. Rocket started playing here at Overwatch Tranquility, and it feels fitting to see him back for the Tranquility Open. But you know, feelings aside, it is the holiday season. We do get to get our warm and fuzzies out. Hour Zero on the other side is pretty stacked. I gotta say, looking at their DPS lineup, that has got to be the most threatening part that sticks out to me. Maxwell and my Crazy Cat are not a duo you want to be messing around with.
Very deep hero pool as well, and at the moment Overwatch really is becoming how you can counteract that tank lineup. Hammond, you know, he's very good at disruption, but he's also very good at being countered. In fact, he's arguably the hero with the most counters in the game, because any form of CC just stops the guy right in their track. So being able to mix up your DPS lineup is going to be so important in getting a leg up on that competition.
Yeah, you and I were casting the other day, and it's weird. You kind of likened it to playing musical DPS at times. You're just rotating to whatever the team tries to adapt to you to change. So I do suspect between Chime, Rocket, Maxwell, my Crazy Cat, we're going to be seeing a lot of changes come through for these guys throughout the course of the series. And it's not even just to counter the tank composition, right? A lot of the time you see things like Widow Tracer, everything from Kree and Ash being thrown in as well to be played alongside that Tracer to counter another Tracer. And then some maps require a dive. Like, for as Sigma ball oriented as the meta has been in recent memory, I don't think you can count out other tank compositions being played. So it's such a wide open pool for these guys. But like you said, Ship being so good at Sigma, I think really does kind of lock attack mode into one side of that bracket.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be trying to push that Sigma composition as much as they possibly can. That's not to say that we're going to see the other tank compositions coming out. Remember, Ryan did get a little bit of a leg up in terms of competition to being able to just a little bit more damage in the up-close and personal fight, but if there's anywhere that we're going to really see that pop up, it will be in University. Not so much on a city center, which is very favored towards that high ground. Interesting enough, Hour Zero actually going for that full dive. Salty picking up the Diva. Spawn doors have not yet opened. They can still swap over. But when you're going for the Briggs then and Sombra beside it, that really does show that you want to just find one target to separate out of attack mode's composition and just jump on them and rip them to pieces. But that's going to be so hard because there it is. Chips on that Sigma. The supports, they can stick behind that tank.
I know we've got a GOATS player in the lobby, and they got to composition. I feel like I get to christen a composition as well. I'd like to hereby name Hour Zero's comp Screw Wrecking Ball. As they head for the back line, I mean, you can tell exactly what they're looking for, but right now it's actually a support line. Chimes in the back here, poking away at Sluggo, forcing those tanks to come back, which is giving attack mode a lot of rain over this point. You can see they're all grouped up as 6 in the side lane. The first fight is super key here. Which of these Wrecking Balls can find the larger dive? Chiselchin not wanting to leave this high ground quite yet, just maintaining their point presence. I don't know if this is a pacifist run or a game of Overwatch, Mox.
I mean, Chiselchin's just playing Bouncer right now on that high ground, making sure that attack mode can't actually get to the support lineup. As Hour Zero's DPS go in already, the Zen out of the way. That is absolutely beautiful coming out from Hour Zero.
Yeah, and my Crazy Cat, I mean, seriously, just opening up the entirety of the backline playing the Tracer. You're looking for a lot of value out of this guy, but dude, opening the fight like that, what a way to start.
I mean, Chiselchin, it wasn't pacifist, it was delay tactics, it was distraction tactics. Attack mode were completely occupied trying to just poke away at that high ground, keep that hand in check. That they didn't really have anything to actually send towards Sluggo, who, look at that, 75% to that first Transcendence. By the time Rocket hits that Pulse Bomb, by the time that Chime hits the EMP, that one's going to be up in charge and you've got all of the counterplay you could possibly want.
Yeah, for all the neutral game that we played, Hour Zero are significantly ahead, at least in that regard. Now it's their turn to play this side lane, though. Same place they were before. Keep an eye on my Crazy Cat. Where does this Pulse Bomb go is kind of the big question that we're looking for right now. The rest of the team taking a lot of presence over the point. Actually takes down Chiselchin with the help of the hack. Making sure that Wrecking Ball's not going anywhere. The Pulse Bomb does connect, though. It's Neptune who they've got in their sight. The Transcendence now being thrown in by Hour Zero, fully committing to this engagement, using their biggest ultimate to get there. Crimson running away. The tank battle getting close here as kills are traded back and forth, but Hour Zero's Transcendence will prevail at the end.
Attack mode have the EMP though, and Sluggo just invested that Transcendence. If Hour Zero want to be able to keep attack mode at bay, they can either take out the Sombra just like that, or go for a counter EMP or even the zoning bomb if they so choose. Salty has been so hard to unseat on that Diva mech. Attack mode starting to come into a couple of heavy hitting ultimates though, and a lot of that you really do need the Transcendence. Tensor will have the rally, but that's a very good initiating tool, not so much a sustaining tool when you're lifted up in a Sigma Flux.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate decided for this fight is, does Skyward dodge this EMP? No, it's headed straight for me. He's the first one. This bomb thrown in over top. It's Salty! Dog! He's got 3.
Oh, that is it. Attack mode, they've got the Transcendence, they don't have the Zen alive to use it, and during the overtime fight, they need that sustain. It's just not there for them.
What an exclamation point on map number 1. A beautiful combo by Hour Zero. And honestly, for a second there, for just a moment, I thought Maxwell wasn't going to find that Zenyatta with the EMP, but he adjusted it last second, hits a key one, and I mean, granted, it's a fight-winning ultimate, it's kind of press Q, it's tough to mess up, but when you're trying to steal out a grand final, it's the nerves that you really got to look out for.
I mean, you've got to hit that Zen. When Transcendence is there, you have to be able to catch that support, otherwise that EMP is absolutely wasted. You'll have the bomb to try and follow up, sure, but it doesn't have that same level of impact as Hour Zero. We talked about it, right? These guys, they've met each other before, they know each other's playstyles. Hour Zero tends to come out on top in all of these engagements, and with EMP bomb combos like that, you can absolutely see why. It's not going to be University, it will be Gardens that we head over to next, which means the full dive composition can come out once again for Hour Zero. Which means once again, attack would have to find some way of getting past the bouncing tank line that are there to just chuck you away the second you move towards that support line.
Well, right now they're in through the Chimes Echo, which is an interesting pick here. Echo is, I mean, realistically, in most metas, Echo is almost always a safe pick, right? It doesn't always get you the most value, but it's really hard to punish. And if Chime can find good value out of duplicates and charge them up relatively quickly, it could be a difference maker here, kind of evening out the ultimate percentage that we saw built up in the previous match. It'll be a dive in, though, fully committing from Hour Zero, but not with the whole team. They just go in with a Tracer and a Wrecking Ball, and without the help from the Defense Matrix, they're not getting anything done. Rocket, with an easy punish, is going to be putting this fight away in favor of attack mode, at least for the time being. Sluggo's got himself a nice set of 2, but nonetheless, the fight won for the blue side.
Triumph's just playing Gatekeeper right now. Hour Zero weren't able to put their tanks onto that frontline fight because the Echo's been doing such a good job. If you try and put the Diva into the front line, yeah, you can eat the Defense Matrix, those stickies, but you can't Defense Matrix the beam. Your mech will just be absolutely burnt through, and you could see how reluctant Salty was. Only 28% picked up for the Diva player in terms of ult charge. Whereas the attack mode tanks are so much further ahead. Crimson already almost 70% to those mines to immediately shut down this point. As Hour Zero tries to come around for another approach, they will have the EMP building up towards, and that means it is a race for Skyward to hit that Transcendence in time.
Oh no, Chime's already down. It's a man up for Hour Zero. Sluggo is going nuts on this point. We really got to point out this Zenyatta right now. He's putting in work. Keeping on Crazy Cat as well. He's got a pulse bomb up over top. He's waiting for the right position to pop it from. Maxwell's EMP looming ever closer here. Waiting for the right moment for the re-engage. Once this rally goes away, the EMP's in, catches absolutely everybody. A great disengage from attack mode. They're actually all still alive here, save for Ship. They do re-engage with the Transcendence, and it's a full commit. Rockets had his pulse bomb eaten though, and the kill potential, the threat this team has been completely nullified by that of Hour Zero.
Such a long fight though. Attack mode are already picking up 55% of this point, even though they're losing in terms of the kill feed. All they have to do is delay, and that DPS, it's so mobile, it's going to be so hard to properly get this flip.
Yeah, with Rocket taking out one more, they are more than comfortable with 65%. The question is, where does that guaranteed point retake actually come from for ATK mode?
Well, remember, Sluggo did use that Transcendence after Skyward used one of them, so all Ship needs to do is just wait for the Sigma Flux to be up and online. Be very careful about how you initiate though, because Hour Zero know the exact same thing. They've got the Diva Bomb, they can chuck that out zone. They want to immediately top things off with the rally so that they can go aggressive and make sure Ship does not have the space to work with.
Well, there's that bomb you mentioned. A couple of Brigida shields actually saved it for Zenyatta. Re-engagement time. It's time for attack mode to dish out a little bit of their own good at them. Letting off of the Davidic Flux. Rocket does have a pulse bomb locked and loaded. But playing from the low ground, there's not really too many options for stick targets. A double dash on, and that's a dead Brigida. Tensa goes down, and now the backline's wide open. Rocket, Chime, and Crimson all in there, giving the supports the business as they take it back just at 48%.
Hour Zero though, for a lot of ultimates into that fight to get a lot of delay time going. Not just in terms of point percentage, but for Maxwell to be able to build up towards this EMP. Once again, you will have to hit Skyward. The Transcendence will be there to save attack mode, and we know what happens if there isn't the follow-up damage coming out from Hour Zero. The EMP will hit the team, but the damage will not be enough to convert into kills. And if that comes through, Neptune can just pop the rally and attack mode can immediately batter back.
Oh, Skyward didn't learn it. What? It was so early. It only caught Ship reasonably there. I mean, 3 other people in it, but you can still trance after. We need to see attack mode capitalize on this. Chime gets 1 onto Maxwell. A full engagement with the Brigida. They'll make it 2 onto Sluggo, and that should be enough for attack mode to at least hold on to this point. Remember, the Sigma does spawn first, so for them, it's about picking up these cleanup kills, making sure that overtime ticks down.
Well, that EMP, they won't have it. Maxwell's onto the Soldier just to try and get back into this fight faster, but you have to creep your way through. Crimson's Mind's Chime going to use the Soldier that's just arrived to duplicate. That will be Attack Riser coming in any second. The Slug was forced to pop the Transcendence and keep that overtime burning.
I mean, I gotta hand it to Hour Zero. They're trading the aggro for the overtime really, really well. They're getting the overtime touches in. But let's be real, Mox. This one's not getting past attack mode. We're going to a map number 3.
That EMP, it could have been the game changer for Hour Zero, but unfortunately they just got a little bit too rushed in terms of that. They saw the Sigma, the Brig, and the Zen all close together, and they knew that the ultimates were online for all 3 of them. It had to catch all 3. The moment was there for Maxwell, but unfortunately the rest of the team did a lot of damage. It was just not. So you do manage to hit all the targets you need, but once again that EMP just burns out and there's nothing. attack mode, they've still got the Transcendence, they can come back into the fight, and we see exactly that happen. As now it is that DPS rule that we talked about. My Crazy Cat going onto the McCree, Maxwell sticking with the Sombra. They know that Crimson is going to be coming for their support lineup on that Hammond, and they have to shut him down. Because Chiselchin is going to be going straight for the faces. This is not a peel, Sigma. This is a Reinhardt Stampede show.
Alright, we got the Reinhardt. It's time for a crusade. Charge! Alright, Hour Zero waiting for the right opportunity to get in here, and their entire goal is to get onto this point right when attack mode drops. They're waiting for the first person to just bombard with all this pressure, but it's going to be really, really hard to get past Chime in the sky, who is such a threat to any Reinhardt trying to do anything. Maxwell picks up one of the rocket, though, and that's a big lot of pressure relief. There's no longer anybody threatening your supports, nobody on the flank. The Wrecking Ball can't do much on his own. The first tick goes over to Hour Zero with attack mode really fearing dropping onto this point and paying the price for it.
Well, they might fear it, but they're being forced to do it. Salty actually boosts into Ship, knocking the Sigma from the high ground. And that is right into the opening arms of Hour Zero, who were waiting for just that. Another boost coming out skyward, being sent skyward. It will be Hour Zero picking up this point first. Maxwell charging up towards that Blizzard, but skyward so close to that Amplification Matrix. And Durf, there's one thing that Hour Zero are running. It's not a Lucio, so these disengagements, they're not necessarily going to be that clean, and that's where attack mode can really hit.
Making their way forward to the point now, trying to wrap it. You can see the Echo along the side lane, alongside the Tracer and the Mercy. A full hit squad being thrown out here. The best way to deal with Hour Zero composition is to wrap around it, to try and get as many angles on it as you possibly can. Using the Amplification Matrix, we're going to see them traded back and forth. A lot of damage being thrown either way. Remember, there's always a threat of just that McCree firing through, putting out absurd amounts of damage. My Crazy Cat will seal out another, and honestly, Hour Zero has so many tools to look at the next fight with as well.
I mean, that's why we saw the Amplification Matrix just favor Hour Zero, right? The composition that they're running. The heroes, all of them just gain so much more when it comes to that Amplification Matrix as attack mode. They're trying to take all of these different angles, but by taking the different angles, you've played yourself out of the space behind that window. It's now Hour Zero holding on. Skyward actually off the bat, so no immortality field. You're using that Valkyrie to try and see yourself through the Blizzard that is going to be coming in any second, the bomb that can follow it up.
The Blizzard pretty much misses. Maxwell drops himself down to low ground. I don't think this is wise. You're getting rid of your Mei right when you need that peel for your Reinhardt the absolute most. Maxwell can do it, he wills, but no, the Shatter onto 4 misses the charge onto Chiselchin. This fight just got really awkward for attack mode, trying to figure out how to fight up against the split composition, but they've managed to do at least that. Hour Zero now split into 2 little compositions of 2 and 4 respectively, have been taken out one by one and dealt with very appropriately. They'll throw in even the Amplification Matrix to try and win this one out, but there's just too many attack mode players on the other side. Reasonably, this one should be going to attack mode, save for a big play from Hour Zero's DPS.
Yeah, Raz coming out onto Ship, make sure that the Sigma is back in the shield for the rest of the supports and squishies to hide behind. Now it is just a matter of winning every single fight, but you have to do it in such a lengthy fashion. You cannot allow Hour Zero to just come in and immediately yank that point back. So for attack mode, the mines, the Sigma Flex, they've all got to be used at separate occasions. You can't lay them on top of each other. You just don't have any ultimates that you're close enough to building to see yourself through into the next fight if they do.
Holding ultimates. Remember, yeah, it is a full point take that they need to be pulling off right now. And for all the ring around playing right now, they haven't quite pulled off the engagement yet. The Reinhardt completely cut away from his supports by the mines, forced back into an immortality field, but they've lost My Crazy Cat. The biggest source of damage for this team is now gone. Now they have to play things slow. Wait for that McCree, hold the side room while they can the entire time. Attack mode, poking at them, gaining ult charge, moving the Reinhardt forward. Chiselchin's in a bad position right now. The Echo has free reign over top of him. The only thing keeping them at bay is the icicles coming out of Maxwell's freeze gun. Unfortunately, those only get you so far. It's a 2-for-2 trade now. With Hour Zero looking for a full engagement now that they've got the McCree back. I would back up 2 supports here for attack mode. The Shatter misses and rockets in with a pulse bomb to end it. 60% in attack mode. We're getting ever closer to pulling this map back.
Attack mode breathe a big sigh of relief, though. They've managed to delay the fight, draw it out for as long as possible. Neptune actually went down in that one, getting the res up onto Skyward. So, silver lining, you've been able to keep that Valkyrie. Skyward's about to hit that Sandvar, and that is something that you are absolutely going to have to need. Because Arizura coming in with an absolute wombo combo of ultimates. Amplification Matrix is going to mean that they have all the sustain. Blizzard comboed up with Deadeye means at this point it's going to be a no-go zone for a couple of moments.
They just tried to drop this is the second time we've seen Blizzard use exclusively on the Wrecking Ball and get next to nothing done. Fortunately, Neptune is gone with the help of that Amplification Matrix. Overtime taken down now. There's the high noon. The ship takes him down from behind. How much more value can they get from this? Not much. Maxwell's on point. Once the Reinhardt and May are established, there's no ripping it out of their hands. Hour 0 with the first Reinhardt of the grand finals. They're going to be taking away Oasis.
Okay, I've got to say that Blizzard was not just to catch the Wrecking Ball. It was to zone attack mode off the point and get a very quick flip coming on through. And that's when the attack mode were really under pressure. Because you can come at Hauser with your very mobile composition from all of these different angles. But in that overtime bar, you've got to be on that point contesting, and that means you've got to walk right into my Crazy Cat's Deadeye. And that is something that we really did see attack mode try and struggle against. When they had the mobility on that side and they were able to channel the fight and the tempo in their control, that was when they were able to pull things off. They were able to get around the Reinhardt with their Echo, that very high mobility hero who was just able to swoop and glide. But the second that it became a fight, a fight of sustain on that point, Mercy Lucio healing is never going to be able to stand up to anything that gets outputted by a BAP comboed up with a brick.
Yeah, and alongside the McCree, I actually want to highlight Neptune going down at the beginning of that previous fight with Valk popped was really, really key there. I believe it was my Crazy Cat. Taking him down out of Valk was some really good shooting from the McCree. And honestly, I think that Valk could have been the difference maker. You said they needed more healing. Well, that would have been it, unfortunately. Really, really good aim from the DPS. Pulls it out at the end of the day. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, though. Attack mode, that was not a stomp. They can still bring this one back. The question is, what kind of map do you actually take this next one to? I believe it's 2CP next?
Well, it looks like Hanamura is going to be the one that is popping up, at least until we get any confirmation from either of the teams. And you do want to think about how attack mode did try to use that hero composition to their advantage, right? Running the Echo, trying to go around our Zero's composition with a little bit more higher mobility, try and yank away that high ground and really force our Zero into fights that they're not comfortable taking in terms of distance and reach that they have available to them. And Hanamura is definitely one of those maps where you can find the exact same tactic, making a lot of reward. Yes, you might give up a couple of points, but how long is it going to take Hour Zero if they decide to come in with something like that Reinhardt again by walking through into a courtyard that is absolutely populated by Echo?
You know, I think it's interesting, actually. The fact that Hour Zero picked Reinhardt just says that, okay, now you need to think about this. Even if they don't play it, I think attack mode has to be ready for it in one way or another, whether that's by playing the Echo or by playing something even more anti-Reinhardt in that regard. I don't think they swap too heavily because of it. I do think they still run the Wrecking Ball of Sigma, but breaking this choke against a potential Reinhardt May is also really scary.
I mean, we know the chokehold, the strangle that May has on every single one of these choke points in Hanamura's is no different. I honestly swear, there it is, Chime already locking it in. Sometimes it really does feel that a lot of these map developers, they design these places with maze and that wall in mind. I swear!
Max, I feel it. Did something happen to you with like a May? Are you okay?
Many times, okay? And we've all been there. We've all tried to attack Hanamura when there is a main. Your Reinhardt, he doesn't bait the wall out. He goes in, he gets walled up, separated from his healers. And that's something that Hour Zero are actually going to be able to negate pretty nicely because they're the ones going for mobility this time around. So the Sombra can translocate around the wall. The Tracer can blink. The Hammond can use the grapple. The Salty on the Diva can boost. All that the wall is going to shut out is the supports.
You know, it must take a truly awful person to play May. I mean, just the worst of the worst.
How many hours, though?
Not enough is the answer.
I always hear you talking about how much you love to play May. But
look, exclusively in competitive formats, exclusively in Team
That makes
Overwatch.
it even worse.
Okay, I'm not just going and playing quick play May, ruining people's day. It's only to
ruin people's SR rating. Do you know what? I would rather you take my seconds than you take my SR. So respect. It started off like here, then I got to know you and it dipped to here, and now it's like here.
All right, so you said they're trying to get around this May, but other ways we could see this played. Like, I'm thinking about the other side when Hour Zero almost inevitably locks in the May on their own defensive side. I'm thinking about teleports because we did see it flexed a little bit by Chime and Rocket. They teased us with it over on Oasis. And I think, honestly, Symmetra strategies with Sigma Ball specifically are really, really weird.
Yeah, because you take a not very mobile tank in the form of the Sigma, and suddenly he has the exact same ability purpose as the Wrecking Ball and can get to the same places as the Wrecking Ball, and you can even send your supports with the Sigma through the teleporter, so it becomes even harder to get through that support lineup. And we're actually seeing attack mode. They are seeing that Mercy Lucy healing not exactly enough to be able to keep an Orisa and a Sigma up, so they will be posting Skyward onto the Batiste. Remember, he did start off on the Batiste University, but very swiftly had to change over. Rocket going to be picking up the Ash, so that explains the Mercy. You want to take that damage boost. You want that one-shot potential that's the same damage as a Widow, but with a little bit more mobility, so if things start getting close to your face, you can get out a little bit safer.
You know, I'm going to be real with you, Max. I am at heart, whenever it comes to team play and Tespo, whatever, I'm a May player at heart in that regard. But if I came up across this composition in quick play in my entire life, I'm not one to flame in quick play, but if you run this in my quick play game, it's over. I'm just gone. I don't want to play. This looks like a miserable experience for Hour Zero, but they do have the mobility to get by it, like you mentioned. It's just going to get so difficult, though, to cross all that damage.
I mean, you'll have the ability to get through the wall, sure, but attack mode, with the Orisa, with the Sigma, with the Ash, they're also ensuring that your mobility is severely limited. Crimson's going to have the halt, Chip's going to have the accretion. So even if Hour Zero are able to crest that wall, there is every chance that they're just going to get knocked right back against it.
And they're already on point. Wow, that was fast by Hour Zero. Pressuring it away. Of course, nothing too crazy is happening at this point. I think the real difficulty is actually getting this Zenyatta in a meaningful position, right? You have to draw all the attention away before he ever becomes relevant. With Rocket taking down My Crazy Cat, that's effectively time off the clock. It takes all 6 people for Hour Zero to really get stuff done here.
Especially because Tensor is going to be tagged constantly with Maxwell, using that echo like you do see the pharmacy plate coming on through. And that means that Slugger really does have to get in some pretty horrible line of sights to keep that orb of harmony on everyone else's head. As attack mode with that superior healing output can just sit further away from the point and poking damage from afar.
Yep, all in one little bundle. Chiselchin's gone. I mean, that's effectively the push. You need both tanks to try for this at all, right? For them to respect your point presence, you need tanks with this kind of a dive composition. And Salty can poke away, but if Salty goes down here, that's even more time off the clock. Hour Zero are kind of doing this one to themselves.
Yeah, you need the tank presence, but you also need the Immortality Field out of the way, and attack mode are the ones who currently have all of the cards in their hands. Immortality Field hasn't come out once. That's how little these guys have actually been pressured in this absolute bundle of misery that Hour Zero are trying to pick their way through. Crazy Cat will be coming in with that Pulse Bomb, but you're still wasting precious seconds as this team gets staggered out yet again.
Down they go. Salty, I mean, he's running for his life. Hour Zero is so split up. And then if Ship decides to push this choke at all, realistically, as long as he plays it safe about not getting dove here, they're still back to holding this choke. Still everybody playing on this 1 health pack. There's no reason not to, though. I mean, Maxwell is effectively a one-shot. Yes, you have a Mercy healing him, but with the damage boost Ash on the other side, clearing that gap will be so hard. They finally managed to get all 6 people up. They wasted 2 minutes trying to stage this one. They better make it count. Chiselchin in for a dive, knocks Ship away. Great kinetic grasp by Ship, and now throwing out an Amplification Matrix. So much damage being thrown the way of Hour Zero. A duplicated signal gives them Gravitic Flux and a lot of damage to work with, but they just lack the heroes to capitalize.
Defends the Blizzard as well, making sure that Salty can't come with the rest of the team for that engagement. Ship, the hero of the hour, the unsung hero, I should say, because actually gets Crazy Cat before the Pulse Bomb can come through after Skyward had already burnt that Immortality Field. It does come through, manages to catch Crimson, but the Mercy is there. Skyward will be returning in a couple of seconds, and if the worst comes to the worst, Ship has that Sigma Flux that he can bust out before Sluggo hits that Transcendence, and that is one that is going to be imprinted in the Zen's mind. 97%, the ultimate that could have saved a couple members of your team.
Down goes the Wrecking Ball. I mean, Hanamura, above all points, is one where the respawns are just brutal. for the defenders, though. You can see, even though Hour Zero is bleeding out players at a pretty rapid pace, they're still able to come back thanks to that closer spawn and take away the point. But boy, did it cost him a lot of time.
Well, it cost attack mode an awful lot of ultimates and snowball potential. It's not there for Chime. That Blizzard is gone, but Hour Zero have it in absolute bucket loads, though. At the weather forecast site, we might have some very, very heavy snow coming in just a couple of seconds because Chiselchin has the mines. You can get onto the point, you can just drop them immediately. That's why Rocket's actually moving on over to the McCree, Neptune over to the Brig. They need that CC to stop the Hammond just coming in, claiming that point as a zone, because then Hour Zero can move in. It's free real estate with that Transcendence all the time you need for Maxwell to charge up that duplicate.
I do like this, though, from attack mode, right? It's forcing them to play the high ground. You can't play the point. You have to address this McCree at some point. However, the McCree being all the way outside, Rocket getting taken down by Salty, completely separated from his team. The only real source of damage for the defenders here, save for that Bongo being dropped. And you know what? That Bongo's going to be enough. Chime throwing Icicle after Icicle the way of Hour Zero, and he just doesn't miss.
Oof, Supercharge is still up on the high ground, so it's so hard for Hour Zero to actually get on top of it. And Chime has been able to build up to that Blizzard, and now Sluggo can't use that Transcendence as an initiation tool, has to use it for the counterplay coming on as Rocket's actually gonna stick with the Tracer, it seems. Try and bully Sluggo out of that Transcendence so Chime's Blizzard can find the value that this defense need it to come through.
Yeah, and between the Blizzard and the Gravitic Flux, you've only got one Transcendence. I think that's the real struggle here for Sluggo. And the fact that you have to address this high ground. Right? Your options are either let them have a McCree on the high ground or dive into a Mei, which just both seem like pretty poor options, but it will be a swap off to actually the Tracer for Rocket. Crazy Cat picking up the first one on the ship, taking away that Gravitic Flux option. It'll be the Blizzard thrown in onto Maxwell and Chiselchin, who's actually the one in danger. Walls off the Transcendence! Chiselchin dropping low, but not taken out. It's Hour Zero coming out ahead in the fight. A desperation Gravitic Flux out of ship, dropping himself directly onto the mines. He takes a lot of damage on the way out, but there's still shields here. In a pretty decent stagger getting ready to come in for attack mode. Keep an eye on this Doomfist. He manages to find a frag. They've got a way back in, but throwing the punch into the Wrecking Ball certainly isn't what he wanted to be doing at this point in time. He needs to be helping out his teammates on the point.
No shields either. Ship swapped onto the D.Va. Salty's been holding the bomb, waiting for attack mode's reinforcements. And there it is. Ship immediately popped out of the mech. Hours are firmly in control. Right now, it is just a stagger fight as attack mode try and burn this time off the clock.
No, and Echo helps so much with that Wrecking Ball as well. Burning down the health bar. 55 seconds. It's not the greatest time bank ever. Certainly that first point helps out attack mode a lot, but they were wanting to hold that one a bit longer, if nothing else.
I mean, Hours are very happy they were able to get past that point A. We saw two different Hour Zeros in that fight, though. They really struggled on that A push. And that goes to show just how brutal that Koyad really is to safely get through no matter what composition you're going to be running into. And now that the shoe is on the other foot, Hour Zero, is it going to be a mirror composition of what attack mode posted on that defense? Is it time for attack mode to eat a little bit of their own medicine?
I gotta say, I think Maxwell's locking in the Mei here. Maxwell has a fantastic Mei. We've seen it time and time again. No! Wow! I'm not surprised to see my Crazy Cat, though, locking in the Ashe. I think this is arguably one of Ashe's best maps. For a while, we saw Ashe Torbjorn played whenever the double shield and Reinhardt D.Va compositions were floating around. And I think that was honestly one of the strongest things I've seen on this map in particular. So keeping the Ashe alongside this Echo is absolutely a good call.
Yeah, and not going for the Mei is a good call too, because attack mode, if they run that strategy on their defense, they're very likely going to know exactly how to counteract it, right? And a lot of that is going to be that Lucio speed boost. Because that wall can be so devastating to walk through, but if you've got the speed boost, you can just go straight from choke onto the point and force the fight into a space that Hour Zero are not comfortable being. But by going for these really high mobile heroes, the Hammond, the Ashe, the Echo, the D.Va, you can contest both the high ground and the low ground while still turning around to peel the very vulnerable support of Sluggo on that zone.
Yeah, honestly, it's the big win condition for both of these teams. I think it's down to the Wrecking Balls and the Ashe, right? Whoever can get more value out of Ashe and whoever can stop the other one of getting value with their Sombra, as well as the Echo, as well as the Wrecking Ball, respectively, is going to be coming away with this fight, because that's the main source of damage. That's what you need to end this fight. You can see attack mode making their way forward. I love the positioning here. Actually wrapping all the way around, keeping their Sombra outside, waiting for the right opportunity. Got a Tracer on the side here. And with Rocket playing up the Tracer instead of the Ashe, you can tell how fast this team wants to go. They're just waiting for a dive target. Honestly, there's not a clear one here. There's Zenyatta all the way in the back, and they're going for him. Even with the D.Va being there to peel, the Zen's a target hacked out. Just a sliver of HP. Sluggo hiding behind his D.Va, but goes down regardless to Crimson. And it's his D.Va next in their sights. Chime taking him out. This point now open with just one tank remaining for Hour Zero, but they do have attack modes separated away from one another. The Lucio needs to regroup, and they have managed to do so. Everybody pulling back to the choke just to take out My Crazy Cat and Tensa. That's absolutely the right call. Fantastic organization and communication by attack mode is going to get him through point A.
Fantastic understanding as well that when you go a full team on towards that Zen, there is no peel left for your other support who is in that backline. So Skyward is on the Moira. We'll have the Coalescence, we'll have the Fade, so Hour Zero. All they can do is try and keep their Zen safe. Sluggo actually going to be going on to that, but he's trying to counteract attack mode, who will be coming in with that EMP, knowing that you didn't have enough damage done to build up that Transcendence fast enough. You've got to rely on a Mortality Field to see yourself through this fight safely.
In that EMP at 99%, it's almost guaranteed to be used extremely quickly here. But with Skyward going down, the odds of that are a lot lower. EMP didn't hit Bob. Oh god, there's artillery shells raining in from above, both from My Crazy Cat, Maxwell, and the Bob. None of the damage of Hour Zero has actually been dealt with. Yes, you reached the point, but you didn't actually make the necessary precautions before getting there.
Oh, everything was perfect. Immortality Field had already been taken out from Sluggo, used it to try and keep Crazy Cat alive, but Crazy Cat, 9 lives, and a Bob to boot. That was the absolute saving grace for Hour Zero right there, and now they've been able to see themselves through the worst of the storm. Coalescence and EMP together can be absolutely brutal, but now Chisel Chin has the mines that can drop safely onto point, knowing full well they won't be immediately wiped away by Sombra antics, as attack mode have to build up to something that can just immediately come in and swipe Hour Zero away.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not even worried about the point if I'm attack mode right now. You have to defeat this Ashe. Get her at least to the back of point before you start working at things. Maxwell duplicating over Tracer. How many pulse bombs can one man get? Well, the answer is 0 right now because he's completely hacked out. Finally has access to that ultimate charge he's been working on, though. And he's going to make it count. Down goes Neptune. With the help of My Crazy Cat, they'll be sending attack mode back to spawn.
Well, we're gonna have an echo pretty soon in here, Dora. Or at least an echo of the past, because Crazy Cat is about to hit another Bob. Chime is about to hit another EMP, and I would not be surprised if we see that Ashe hold on to that Bob and use it in the style of the Transcendence as peel for when that EMP comes through, to make sure that attack mode, even if EMP hits a couple of members of ours, are completely dissuaded from moving any step forward.
That's a painful stagger, too, on the Chime. I mean, it's about 20, 30 seconds off the clock here, which is something that you much rather have used other places.
Yeah, well, attack mode will be able to build up 2 ships D.Va Bomb in that time, and we saw in the last fight, Crimson dropped the hammer mines on that ledge that Crazy Cat is currently perched upon, so you know how much they value getting that Ashe off the high ground. Couple that up with the EMP, and if Sluggo gets hit, that bomb's gonna have a big old blast.
There's the EMP, it's caught the Ashe, and they're all going for My Crazy Cat. Great immortality so far. Both the DPS down for Hour Zero, and that was the attack mode was having in all of their prior pushes. They couldn't deal with the damage, and they took out My Crazy Cat before the Bob was used. If they can capitalize on this in time, before that Bob gets back on point, they're looking in a good position. But the Ashe and the Tracer both respawn. Bob's on point. It's Hour Zero's turn to fight back. Ship diving towards the Bob is completely hacked out. We'll be coming back in just a second, and the damage has been done. Attack mode weren't able to make the most of their opportunity. One more Tri-Bonks, but that timer is getting ever closer to 0.
Attack mode lost that fight the second Skyward went down. Lucio healing is not going to be enough to sustain this composition when that respawn is so close to the defense. Neptune will be hitting that Soundbar in a couple of moments, but you've lost your EMP, you've lost even the Sombra attempt going on to the Mage to try and cut off Hour Zero, cut off Crazy Cat's influence with a wall on the high ground. It's onto the Orisa, could even yank them away from that push. They really do want to unseat this Ashe, but it's the amplification matrix that you have to worry about. And Maxwell as well, who will be hunting. You can see them in the backline, wants to land that pulse bomb, wants to pull out that immortality field before attack mode are ready to move forward.
Oh, fantastic job by Ship. I mean, he read it beautifully. The second they knew the Tracer was there, and now they own the high ground. They can actually contest this Ashe from afar, pushing the Baptiste all the way back into spawn. Very systematic, this push from attack mode, taking one angle on after another. But with Rocket down, they're kind of running out of options for damage. Crimson will be the next to go, focused down by Hour Zero. And this dive, it's chaotic yet coordinated from the tanks, beautifully dancing around point B. Chisel Chin and Salty have been wrecking havoc on the attack mode backline and front line.
Crazy Cat's got another bomb! Attack mode, sure, they've got the Diva Bomb. They've got 1 minute and 4 seconds to come again for this approach, but in that time, Chiselchin's about to hit the hammer mines. You drop those on point, that's it. That is game over. Attack mode have nothing to easily try and clear them. No Sigma, nothing other than that Diva Bomb, and they really need to use that to get Crazy Cat away from this high ground. It's so devastating, so brutal, keeping them in check. Already the Dynamite going to be coming on through. Looks like Chip was able to defense matrix the worst of it. As attack mode starts to move forward.
The worst of it's only a bit. Now on the high ground, and Immortality Field's already been used by attack mode. That's a lot bigger than you think it is. This is their best opportunity to come back in. That bomb, not something that Ship wanted to be using this early into the fight. Hour Zero being pushed back again. Sluggo's Immortality Field used to save himself. Maxwell's down, and the Blizzard's thrown in on point. Attack mode failing to capitalize yet again. My Crazy Cat still on the high ground. Ship is keeping him at bay, if not just for the moment. Tenza doing everything in his power to keep this Ashe alive as it's their route back into the fight. With Crimson knocked off the point, attack mode separated away from their tanks. This is a risky bit of time for them, but they're finding the frags. Their focus fire has been good, and honestly, this Ashe hasn't had a second to shoot at them. Crazy Cat walled off on cooldown. Didn't get the opportunity to shut attack mode down, didn't get the opportunity for a touch, and they'll be taking over point B.
We said it, we saw how much resources attack mode pumped fight after fight after fight on point B into trying to keep Crazy Cat off that high ground. We saw it in that last fight, and that really was the thing that was just hampering them. Rocket swaps over to the McCree so that you can try and counteract. Maxwell had been sneaking around in the backline on that Tracer, trying to push you closer and closer towards Crazy Cat in a time that you're just not ready to try and take that fight. But finally, attack mode are able to breach the defenses, able to unseat the Ashe. It takes an awful lot, and they're going to have to do it again, but first, they've got to hit Hanamura themselves. They've got to attack 1 minute on the clock and door. You have to be able to get this point process, because you know exactly what you're walking into for this defense. Crazy Cat's going to be up in the high ground, and it is going to be so very hard for you to try and get through without losing a member.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure about this compositional pick from attack mode, specifically on their attacking side. I mean, the one that they ran before worked beautifully, and then they had an EMP for a second point. They just didn't capitalize on it. Like, that is a textbook Hanamura push if that second fight works, but they're not confident with it. They're going with what they ran last time. I mean, we talked about playing musical heroes, Mox, and this is exactly it, right? The DPS shifting up to try and counter one another. If attack mode make this a good push, I guarantee you it'll be Hour Zero being the ones to make the changes. But this is the push that counts. Crimson's in, the double shield has arrived. Maxwell on the high ground, a beautiful dive alongside Chiselchin. Unfortunately, they're not able to find the frag. It was a great boop, actually, by Neptune, keeping absolutely everybody at bay as they wrap around. And this is a dangerous ledge to be crossing right now. They don't want to go too far back here. Choosing actually to work their way up to the high ground. My Crazy Cat's done. If somebody pushes forward, tries to stop this Mercy, it's a great start to the fight, but it goes off anyways. Crazy Cat not dead yet. One more time around for this Ashe. Another chance at life. And then dropping low now. The Orisa set up on point. Crazy Cat around the flank. A nice little angle for the Ashe, throwing in a lot of... But the health bars for Hour Zero are dangerously low. Chiselchin picks up a 200 HP health pack. Neptune taking down Maxwell, starts out the fight great. The damage, what you really have to worry about here for attack mode, but they've got everything to throw back in the face of Hour Zero. As the Bob goes down, My Crazy Cat becomes the only chance that Hour Zero have at taking this point back, and those chances are waning ever thin.
Hour Zero have got to start thinking about how they're going to deal with the EMP. This isn't about winning back point A, this is about building ultimates up so you have the potential to stop attack mode as they come back. Maxwell has the pulse bomb built up. Chiselchin just needs to hit those hammer mines. Because right now, attack mode, they've got the EMP, they've got the Deadeye. Ship's going to get that Sigma Flux online. You've got all the sustainability you want in the form of that sound barrier. It is very realistic that attack mode can just waltz onto that point B and take it for themselves if Hour Zero can't pull a miracle out of the hat from Crazy Cat, who needs to come up in this kill feed, needs to delay this team before those ultimates are ready for them.
My Crazy Cat's been insane so far. They've thrown all the resources into him. Both teams focusing on this Ashe. Pulse Bomb doesn't connect, just takes out an Immortality Field. Deadeye is chucked in by Rocket. A whole cacophony of ultimates here being thrown in for attack mode. They've got everything they can need. A Gravitic Footman from Ship onto the backline. Just a Diva there, but it's looking like a full cap is in the cards. Bob's been booped off. Crimson can't quite get the halt off the point, though. Maxwell has to contest it himself. Bob coming back online, but that's just as the shield is thrown out by Crimson. It's desperation here. It'd be a disaster for Hour Zero if this ended up getting full cap, but that's looking to be the case. And Bongo's even thrown in. There's more ultimates behind this, and the only thing Hour Zero have is this bomb from Salty, but I don't think it's going to get there in time. It'll be thrown down in the corner. But this is not going to get anything done. No, Shiv! Crimson! All right, doesn't matter. Attack mode managed to get there. Ship going down because of the shield refresh of Crimson. But you know what? It's okay.
You want to talk about shield repression? That is exactly why attack mode were running Data Wrist into Sigma. Double layers of shield that my Crazy Cat has to get through, and that means double line of sight denial for the Ashe. We're still able to build up, I think it was 2-3 Bobs in that round alone, but the fact that when we see the Bob on point B, it gets accretioned out of the way, and then that sets it up for trying to get the hack off, and then it gets absolutely burnt down. Attack mode knew exactly what stopped them from picking up the point that last round, and they knew exactly how to counter it this time around, as we will see Chime picking up the Mei once again. As Owser, if they want to lean into this Symmetra, it will be a race who can set that teleporter up before the wall. It's gonna be all a battle of buttons in a couple of moments if Owser want that juicy teleport from Courtyard onto point. But Maxwell picking up the Mei does put a second option on the table. You can use that wall, boost yourself up to see the window, and then my Crazy Cat can teleport this entire team up to the high ground above the point. And in that way, you cut out the potential of being separated even with the speed boost in tow.
Yeah, I think that's the real strat they need to be going for. If they TP this in main, I think Hour
That'll
Zero
stop.
almost guaranteed to lose, because Maxwell can, or Chime rather, can mess this push up significantly if they don't. Chime needs to be taking a forward position here to cancel whatever teleporter, lift it up into the air, stop them from utilizing it. It's huge right there. Half the team is separated away from their teleport. It's a disaster here. The Reinhardt left all on his lonesome. No one can get their immortality field there just in time to save him. But Maxwell's already gone, and they've fallen right into the trap that attack mode had set. Not done yet, though. Still a couple members remaining. A beautiful wall as well out of Chime. He has not missed a beat on this Mei so far.
Owser have to either lose this fight fast or get to that point, and they've lost the Reinhardt. This is just going to be feed yourself into the blender, get as much damage in as you can, so that with this 1 minute 13 seconds remaining, you can come in close to ultimates. But Sluggo is getting absolutely staggered out right now. Maxwell able to pick up Skyward. That is huge. Skyward will be knocked back into the fight if Hours are able to push fast enough, and that is why the tanks are already starting to move forward and pressure out. This attack mode are forced to fall back without that main support.
The staggers are pretty bad for Hour Zero as well. This is going to be a really close fight. The Orisa gets there in just about 10 to 15 seconds. It'll be 2 ticks given up for attack mode, but absolutely it'll have been worth it. The Orisa gets back there in time. A full re-engage. Hour Zero, 6v6 now for the whole Chalupa. Sluggo does have an amplification matrix that can be especially brutal, thrown in at the right time here. Using it early from the high ground, amplifying everything being thrown at them. Crazy Cat and Maxwell, with the help of that, are going to be able to put in more than enough damage to deal with that of attack mode. But point B is going to be an even tougher cookie to crack.
Dive was perfect coming out from Arzer. They knew they just needed to sweep Skyward away, and the entire team would crumble afterwards. It's going to be a lot harder to get to that Batiste on point B, though. As attack mode, we'll have the Blizzard, the Deadeye, the Rally, the Amplification Matrixes. Hour Zero are working with a Sigma Flux and a Duplication only. This has to be able to pull out Immortality Field, and attack mode are going to be very careful not to use it too early.
I don't think that's what they wanted to do. Chiselchin tried to knock everybody off the high ground, but instead just knocked him straight into his team, and all of the AoE damage from the added in there. Drops the health bars very low for Hour Zero. They do manage to land on their feet, though, appropriately so. The bird's thrown out on point just to keep them at bay. Attackman's looking for a good opportunity for the reset here. Ship using their Gravitic Flux to do exactly that, finding 1 onto 10. So the Lucio gone just before the sound barrier comes online, and that's during overtime. A very key pick here for attack mode, who now with the help of a bongo force Hour Zero off the point. Overtime ticking down. They've got no chance to really take this one. You have to step into line of sight, but with all that damage, attack mode are sure to take this one away to tie up the game 1-1.
Oh, you could see that moment where Arzer could have had point B. If Chisel had those mics just a little bit sooner, before the supercharger comes through and attack mode can bolster all of their health and play of the game will be picked up by Crimson, and surely it's got to be the moment that supercharger comes down. There it is. Absolutely instrumental in stopping Hour Zero at a point that should have been theirs for the taking.
I mean, even on point A, I have to point out, man, trying to play Mei into Mei and not utilizing your wall to help your teleporter get out of range of the opposing Mei is honestly a really big mistake that took a lot of time. Like, we saw the staggers that came out. Yes, they ended up taking out the Baptiste and then following that up by taking the A point eventually. But imagine they go to that point B with one more fight in the bank. They don't have to fully commit to that. I think that's actually a game changer that happened really early on to that second push that just got Hour Zero right in the kidney.
Yeah, I agree entirely. If you'd had a second push on B, you'd have been able to pull out that supercharger coming from attack mode, who were in the position where, you know, the attackers, they're knocking on your door. You have to put every single ultimate that you have available into that one fight. Your back's against the wall. I was there if they'd had just a little bit more time in that teleporter. As soon as we saw it come out, when it was on Courtyard and we saw the answering wall coming out from Chime, such good reaction time, we should point out as well. That was pretty much map done. And you know what? We said it would come down to the Mei play. We said it would come down to how these teams were able to get through choke and whether or not one of them got separated out. No, we gotta be pretty smug right now, though, because we were right.
You know me, Mox. I'm a big fan of really good Mei play. Call it toxic, call it what you want, but Chime played that beautifully. And with that, I want to kind of point out attack modes, like really, really nice advantages that they're showing right now. And that's been their adaptability, right? That B point, when they had to constantly try and take this Ashe away, that wasn't throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. They didn't try and stop the Ashe one fight and then try and target the supports another. No, they knew what they had to do. Pressure the Ashe out of the fight, keep her at bay while you dealt with the rest of the team. They did that 3 fights in a row, and yes, they were unsuccessful the first 2, but they knew it was the right plan. They were confident in that, and whoever shot calling, IGLing for this team making that call, it's impressive that they have that much belief in them. And then in the overtime for Hour Zero, pulling out the Mei play, the adaptation for this team, they feel like they have the read on Hour Zero right now, and it's Hour Zero's turn to make the response.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see it in the way that not only did they know that the Ashe was the problem, not only did they try and zone her out of the fight 3 times in a row, they did it in different ways. So unpredictable ways that Hour Zero, one time they were prepared for the Mei wall, they were prepared for the Diva to come through, but every single time attack mode just came in with something new that Hour Zero really did have to think about how they were going to be able to pressure that out. And it seems like the answer coming from Hour Zero is increase the distance, increase the high ground that is going to be available for the Ashe, and we're headed to King's Row. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Widowmaker. I'm pretty sure Crazy Cat is going to be sticking with the Ashe.
Please play Reinhardt. Please play Reinhardt. Please play Reinhardt. Please play Reinhardt.
We can just start to hear the prayers being ushered up from my co-caster, and I will join you. Please, please play Reinhardt. It's King's Row. We love to say it.
Mox, if there's 2 things I live for in life, it's watching good Reinhardt play, it's watching good Mei play. And I think if there's any place to get that offered up, it's here.
You might get both of them. 2 for the price of 1, because we've seen Chime have some really killables when it comes to chokes, and King's Row Gates. It's another one of those. Tape measure's been out. Maywell fits perfectly in there. You couple that up with a Reinhardt, and that means you've got a new wall to pin an opponent against, so you don't even have to worry about charging too far into your team, sending your supports into an absolute frenzy trying to keep you alive. Won't be the Reinhardt, but you know what? You got one. What are you happiest seeing, the Mei or the Rein?
I mean, I like the Mei here from Chime. I honestly think it's a fantastic hero for him specifically. They've been putting in a lot of work on it. And Hour Zero, like I said during that little break there, it's Hour Zero's turn to respond. They've been throwing this, they've had this Orisa thrown at them 3 times now on 3 separate pushes and defenses, and they haven't solved it at this point. The Mei Orisa has been too difficult for them. They haven't found the right answer, and so I think it's absolutely right for attack mode to keep running it.
Yeah, well, Maxwell is not going to be likely sticking on that Widow for too long. Even if you want to run this composition out of that ledge, you're going to be finding shots between 2 layers of shielding. Sticking on the Widow for a little bit, and there it is, the swap over to the Echo, try and burn through the shields with that beam. Remember that 50% that it gets to climb up into? Yeah, that applies to shields too, so Sigma and Orisa can't get too close there. especially with Tensor there for that damage boost to give a little bit more impact to the Echo's play.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting hold position from attack mode. Maintaining a signal on the high ground, nothing too crazy in that regard, but they are very stark in their belief that this Ashe and Zen both need to be up there with them. And maybe they should have sent more players, because with 2 out of the 3 of those going down, it's a disaster. It's a 6v3 on one side of the point, a 6v3 on the other. And Hour Zero split them up beautifully to deal with it.
Yeah, I would have swapped those pieces around. I would have had that BAP on the high ground. I mean, on paper, you have the extra boots. You know, if you do get pressured on the low ground, the BAP can use those. The Zen can't traverse that space freely, but it just means that you didn't have the healing up and available to keep the Sigma alive, and then your Ursa's pressured out alongside as you don't have that split focus. Attack mode will be able to position themselves so that they can try and contest Hour Zero as they start to move through this choke. Rocket already moving over to the McCree, sensing that my Crazy Cat is going to be instrumental in helping these attackers once again switch that focus, force attack mode to turn around to deal with the threat so that they lose that fight on the front line.
I've got to say that this choke is just brutal for Hour Zero's composition, right? What breaks this? Put a shield bash by Neptune as well. Stopping the Wrecking Ball from coming in. Either the Tracer, the Duplicate is arguably your best shot at getting in here. You get a rally up and then you can actually start going for this push, but even so, getting on top of this double shield, damn near impossible. The support's stuck in the choke point. They can't regroup with the team. Have attack mode realize there's 2 free supports back here. Oh boy, Tensa's left. Does manage to just barely Guardian Angel away, but not before the rest of her team evaporates.
They weren't able to find the BAP. They weren't able to mitigate that amplification matrix that Skyward uses to keep the team alive. And so Hour Zero were not able to safely move through that choke. And attack mode, all that they can do now is utilize that one and burn that time off the clock, because 4 minutes and 11 seconds can very quickly burn down. If Hour Zero aren't able to get in safely, attack mode, they're not running the Lucio, they don't have the mobility, but they do have the distance if they choose to. Supercharger going to be up for Crimson in a matter of moments. Rocket about to hit that Deadeye as well. That is all the zoning you need to make Hour Zero take another step backwards and fight in the choke a second time.
Oh my god, ship wooden accretion onto Chisel Chin. Shuts that down, but Skyward is gone. You've mentioned it. This is the key that has won them almost all of their fights, especially on 2CP. Now more being thrown out as they cower back into the main room. Crazy Cat's going to go down. Transcendence as well gives Hour Zero an opportunity to move forward. Tensa with a fantastic res, but that pulls him into a 4-man grab flux. Ship taking everybody down to half HP. As those drop below, Zenyatta's the next person in Chime sights. Crimson doing their part as well to dish out plenty of damage. This choke point continues to be the bane of Hour Zero's existence.
Sluggo misread the situation, froze in the Transcendence, seeing that Skyward is out of the picture and that Hour Zero need to press forward aggressively, and with the Mercy healing, it would not have been enough to keep that team alive if they move forward that quickly. And Ship just waits for it to run out and then pops Sigma Flux and absolutely drops the Mercy. Hour Zero, they've got a couple of ultimates to play with. Chilchin, if he wants to, can just come in, roll him through, drop the mines on that point, but attack mode, they've already distanced themselves a little bit more from the choke. They know the mines are in play. They know all they need to do is keep the distance up, and they can drop the supercharge from force Hour Zero again back.
Oh, there's the bongo though, and I mean, attack mode have been so good with these damage amping ultimates, whether it's Ampfield or the bongo, but I think 2 of them just walked square into those vines. I mean, I know you're being pressured from behind, but that is a rough mistake to have go down right when you had such a good time bank being pulled away on point B as well.
That was not a voluntary walk into mines. Chiselchin dropped those perfectly. They cover the supercharger. They cover the members of attack mode who are trying to take advantage of the supercharger, and they cover the exit path of attack mode as well. So attack mode gets stuck between a rock and a very, very explodey place. As unfortunately though, Hour Zero, they were able to get that progress through ultimates. Space cleaned up through ultimates, and those ultimates will not be available, so Sigma Flux is the only thing this team has to work with.
Well, Rocket does manage to get a very high noon off. Question is, where's the follow-up here? Amplification Matrix used again, a big game-winning ultimate that attack was put out on the board, but it doesn't give them the angle up on his high ground, where my Crazy Cat and Maxwell have been living for the past couple seconds. However, the cart being contested nonetheless. Be a full dive in by Chiselchin, actually not fully committing to it. not paying the price either as it's pulled the attention away while Chime goes down, finally going for the pile driver. Full halt into the bash, into the accretion. This poor Wrecking Ball's eating all the CC in the lobby, and it's attack mode's turn to counter-attack in with their own rally. All the health being locked up on this team as they maintain their cart presence, pushing Our Zero back around the corner.
1 minute, 7 seconds. Maxwell's actually going to see that the rally's run out. They think the sustain has gone alongside it. Our Zero wanting to try and press back with the Sigma Flux duplication coming on through, but Crazy Cat unfortunately not able to find anything with the pulse.
Oh, Rocket then did this one. The Deadeye onto Sluggo with the Transcendence. Our Zero have to go for a reset here.
That is one you were feeling. They thought they had that fight. They threw the duplication into it, and now they can't go for the copy onto the Brigitte. Cannot get the rally, and so it becomes protect the president. Sluggo has 1 Transcendence. Our Zero, they've got 1 push left at most. Chiselchin's going to go onto the Roadhog just to make sure the Zen has a little bit more survivability. If the Tracer tries to come and bully that Transcendence out early, the Roadhog hook will be there to keep them safe.
One more shot here at this push. 1 ultimate to try and counter 2. Amplification Matrix, the first one. They're throwing it out early. Chiselchin. Chime will follow, holding on to this Transcendence. For 1 good fight, they'll get the Resurrect off appropriately on Chiselchin. Where does this Gravitic Flux come in? Our Zero attack mode holding all of their cards close to their chest, and the Gravitic Flux picks up both of the tanks. Chiselchin dropping down to half HP, and Salty out of the way. There's no shield to stop the damage from attack mode from coming in, and they've got plenty of it to finish this one off at point B.
Oh, Our Zero. They're gonna be asking themselves this question, though, if they walk away with a loss in King's Row. That duplication so early from Maxwell onto the Sigma. If they'd held it for that last fight, they would have had Transcendence, they would have had Rally, they would have had so much to sustain. They might even have had that second checkpoint colored in, but all they can do now is look to the future and figure out how they are going to utilize this defense, how they're going to burn this time off the clock, because attack mode did such a good job at stopping that payload. They gave up point A so quickly, but they pulled it back so well in that Streets phase.
Yeah, I mean, to lose point A in first fight and then full hold at B is pretty nuts. And it all came down to that choke point and the way that Our Zero gave them the frags after they took point A. That's back to them. Pardon me, that's behind them though. They got their own business to deal with now. Stop the push from getting there. You made your bed, now it's time to lie in it.
Well, it won't be a chokehold that this team is relying on. It's going to be Crazy Cat once again back on the Echo. Rather on the Ash. Maxwell picking up the Echo. And this, if you lose point A super quickly, yes, you will have the mobility to try and contest it choke, but you don't have that hold potential that is there for something like an Orisa and a Sigma that just plonk their shield down and declare, this is our ground. So Our Zero, every single defense that they make successful, it's going to come in blood, it's going to come in first picks. And that means attack mode's DPS, there is a lot of weight on Rocket and Chime's shoulders right now as they opt into the double sniper to try and keep Crazy Cat in check for a couple of seconds before Chime swaps onto the Tracer and starts to play backline bully.
I mean, if the composition works, there's just no reason for them to swap it up. Our Zero, however, on the other hand, refuse to switch their composition, which to some degree angers me, but if they can manage to pull away this map, then I'm not allowed to be mad at them. Moxie, attack mode's got a good position out and around the statue. Are they going to go for the full wrap of the high ground? No, not just contesting this Wrecking Ball for the time being.
You can't go for the high ground. Just waiting to knock them off if they do, so they're going straight for the point where the Wrecking Ball's impact is completely mitigated.
This is an interesting push. They're trying to cut off my Crazy Cat's angle to a significant degree, but there's so many places to play up on this high ground that that's not really a super great option. I'm gonna be honest, I think one of their better options for counting the Ash would be running a Reinhardt and trying to wrap underneath here, but that's some crazy theory crafting stuff. We're here now, they've got the composition, they gotta figure out how to make it work. But my Crazy Cat rotating from window to window, making this extremely difficult. However, attack mode have finally found the crack. They finally found the break. Slug goes down. Crimson will get traded. The Orisa shield does remain, though, giving them a good degree of cover on point at that. Amplification Matrix is here. We know just how good attack mode are at making this one work. My Crazy Cat has a lot of work to do from this high ground. Maxwell's throwing in as much damage as they possibly can, but the point A take is done. It's dusted. And with that, the long spawns come in. They're going to get through this choke scot-free as well.
Did attack mode just play bunker strats with dive strats?
It was like Goats bunker against somebody who founded Goats, which is weird.
This guy would literally just send his teammates in to take damage to build up to amplification matrix, knowing full well as soon as that comes onto the point, even if you've only got one shield, Hour Zero can't contest you. They don't have the healing to stand up to you. And now Hour Zero, we talked about it, this composition, it doesn't stand up when it comes to that choke contest. And the payload has already moved through the hardest point in the entirety of Streets phase. Attack mode. Get this payload moving for absolute free as Hour Zero have to find some way of slowing it down to force attack mode back to that choke.
One fight stands between attack mode and match point here. Question is, where does it come from? They've got a pulse bomb to work with. They do have a bomb, but Hour Zero have a nice pair of ultimates in their own right. The DPS have managed to come up ahead here and put themselves a pretty big advantage. With Maxwell taking down Chime, I'm sure attack mode are just going to take a breather here.
That's exactly what Hour Zero needed to try and get this recovery going, because now Chime's gone. The pulse bomb threat is gone alongside it.
Wait a minute. Look at this Echo. Where are you going, Maxwell? I don't think they have a full engagement here. Yeah, no, he's got to get out.
Just trying to find some place, some angle to get this duplication going, but also force attack mode into keeping sure that they check their angles behind them and can't really focus on the fight in front.
I mean, it was an aggressive push by Hour Zero, and I like the idea that they had there to take something extremely proactive, but that one's not working. Great counter by attack mode to actually peel away using their own bob, using a lot of really loud noise to scare the enemy team from actually going for the engagement. But that hasn't stopped Maxwell from going for the wrap. He's chosen a Sigma in the back line, and I mean, this is going to go down very quick. Even with a Mercy pocket, you can't get much done. They need to be careful about not getting pinned in here. Oh my god, attack mode! What a beautiful bit of movement. Rallying their way forward up into the opposing Sigma. Maxwell's not actually able to get much damage through here. Even with the Gravitic Flux being thrown in, there's more tools for attack mode in tow. They have one more Gravitic Flux, and Hour Zero may have just fallen for the trap here. They're pushing forward with the help of their Transcendence. However, they took down Ship. That was the big key thing. If Ship was kept alive after that Transcendence, that Gravitic Flux would have ruined them.
It's alt chicken though. That's exactly the game attack mode have been playing, and Hour Zero just lost. They threw that Transcendence into that fight, including the Hammer Mines as well. And now attack mode with the Sigma Flux, with the Supercharger, can just come through and absolutely rip these health bars from Hour Zero apart. Remember, they're not running the map. There is no immortality field. Tensor is the only one with that Valkyrie that can try and keep this team up and alive, and that is going to be nothing in the face of the amplified damage that is going to be there for attack mode as they move forward aggressively, try and take the high ground, and completely limit Crazy Cat Say in this fight.
2 minutes on the clock. Hour Zero managed to chip away a lot of that reasonable time bank. A full wrap by attack mode. I'm not sure this is the wisest move. This gives Crazy Cat a pretty good long angle onto the rest of your team, but not paired up with the Mercy. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie here, musical chairs, but it's Salty. Here's the big loser as the cart starts its way forward. Hour Zero have to find an engagement now, which is extremely difficult. The Wrecking Ball can't move forward because of the Amplification Matrix and the threat of accretion, but the rest of the team can't touch either. Oh no, not point A again, Moxie, not another big C9. Wrecking Ball's there. Fantastic bot by Neptune. No one's getting near this card in attack mode. Setting the pick, pulling their way all the way through to the end of point B and point A. The pacifist run has been completed, Mox.
It wasn't so much a pacifist run as we're not going to allow you to actually play Overwatch today. You think about how they rotated. They took the high ground, they limited all of the line of sights coming into the fight that Crazy Cat actually had on them, knowing full well that the one thing that could throw a spanner in their works, or rather an Omnic in their works, would be the Bob that comes through. That can try and contest that Supercharger and force them all away from it and out of the shielding and right into the arms of Hour Zero. And because they actually take that long wraparound, Crazy Cat's only got about 60%. And yeah, you put yourself into a very long line of sight, but you've already got the Supercharger. It's there. The shielding is there, and suddenly Hour Zero, they're not on the payload. They've got nowhere to contest. The amplification matrix gets popped, and you can't take a step forward. All you can do is watch as that payload hits that finish line.
I've got to say, attack mode are playing some really pretty Overwatch right now. It's creative, it's strong. They're taking different approaches to fights based on where they are in the map. They're looking really, really in sync with one another, and whoever is in game leading for the team is doing a fantastic job. I feel like, I'm not sure who it is right now, but I have to just give them an early MVP. They have been so clutch on these last two maps. Hour Zero, on the other hand, I said it at the beginning of that overtime push. Or the second push, rather, that they just refuse to swap off this composition. And I don't think that's the right call at all. We're in a meta where you have to be able to match the DPS, match the strategy of the opposing team, or counter it if you can't keep up. And they haven't been able to keep up with this Ashe Echo.
And we're seeing Attack Mode have been able to adapt, right? They saw that the Ash was the problem, and even on a map pick that came out from Hour Zero, a map that they thought would be the best place to show off that Ash play, Attack Mode found a way by just negating the line of sights that was available to Crazy Cat and channeled that into negating all of the damage that the Ash could pose, and the threat just immediately cut in half. So where it will be going, it seems like it will be Watchpoint Gibraltar, Hour Zero. If they want to run this Hammond, this is probably where it's going to get the most value. It is extremely hard for Attack Mode to try and take that high ground if they do continuously try to run this Orisa and Sigma, and it has the best potential for those knock-throughs to really have a lot of impact in the fight. And when Orisa gets pushed off that high ground by a Hammond, she's dead within seconds if the team does not drop, and Attack Mode might be forced to use those very valuable cooldowns that we haven't really seen them be bullied out of yet. Immortality Field, 25-second cooldown, already been hit with a massive nerf when it comes to the health bar. This guy has done such a good job at being able to keep a hold of them for when the team actually needs them.
Now, I gotta ask, right? You said it's tough for the Orisa to play here. Do you think this Gibraltar pick is necessarily a double shield counter pick, or do you think Hour Zero have plans to swap up? Well, I guess not swap up to a full dive that we haven't seen, right? We've seen them play full dive, but do you think they go full dive here? Do you think they stick with the Orisa Wrecking Ball and just use this map to shake away the double shield?
It's definitely going to be a very interesting way of whether we're going to see that stubbornness come out from ours or whether we're going to actually see Salty come onto the Diva, because you can try to counter double shield with full dive. But here's the thing. Dive is always going to get countered by a Mortality Field. Diva is always going to get countered by double shield. And the second that you actually send the Diva to go with the dive, that means that you were peeling away the support and the peel that should be there for them. And so you always want to have Salty as that presence to make sure that Tensor and Sluggo, they don't have to use those ultimates very early on, as we're seeing Attack Mode do send attack squads to try and hit it, to try and get that Transcendence out of the way. They are more than content to lose the fight that they're currently in so that they can pull that Transcendence out, come back into the next one with something like a Sigma Flux and win that way around. So I don't know whether Salty's going to find more value trying to go for that Diva and whether we're going to see the game style come through and go with the other tank or stick around. Personally, I feel like it would find more value trying to stick around with the supports so that you can keep yourself up in that Transcendence if the Zen play does come through. Is there to save yourself and the rest of the team rather than be pulled out at Attack Mode's beck and call.
Now, the big question in my eyes as well, like, to switching up the composition, I don't think you just sit here and rely on my Crazy Cat. My Crazy Cat had a really nice set of maps in the beginning of this game, but has kind of fizzled out because of the composition and the focus of Attack Mode. And given the map, I don't want to see the Ash played here. I think trying to focus too much on that one player, trying to throw all your resources into him, isn't the right call. Regardless of the composition you run, I just want to see my Crazy Cat play something else so they can change up their game plan more drastically. And there you go, full dive out of Hour Zero. And no swap off of the double shield for Attack Mode either, which makes this a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, Hour Zero going to be on the attack first, so they can opt into that full dive and try and yank this high ground away from the defense. It's all going to come down to how well you can separate this bunker, though. And with Neptune sitting on the Brig, Rocket actually going to be picking up the mantle of the Ash. So the Coach Gun is there. The Shield Bash is there. Ship will have the Accretion, Crimson the Halt. Everything here is all about crowd control, making sure that when the dive does come through from Hour Zero, if Salty is not there with Chisel Chin, that Hammond is going to be gone. Not necessarily dead, but knocked off the platform that it took so long to set up.
I feel bad for Hour Zero. This is another one of those compositions that if I run in, player may or may not flame you. It's a little sit up top and spam damagey, but my god, our Attack Mode good at sitting up top and spamming damage. Rocket, especially on this Ash, can be a really dangerous threat. I've seen this kid do numbers on a lot of people.
Look at how Attack Mode are playing. Wow. They're positioning themselves towards side room so the dive can't safely come through. They can fall back into a room that has a ceiling, and so Chiselchin and Salty can't get the dive coming through cleanly.
Oh my god, Chime. This is always something I admire. It's really difficult for Hanzos to actually do this because the DPS has to start thinking like a tank player but playing with even less resources. But having your Hanzo single-handedly manage this right high ground is just so impressive to me.
Oh, it is so hard as well for this dive to come through cleanly because of Chime. You can play the high ground, the low ground, already 63% to the Dragon Strike. And now is there, they just haven't been able to get safely in. Crazy Cat's been sitting Now on the Ashe for a couple of moments, already 26%. You didn't want to see it though, but Hour think it's going to be the one thing. If they put them up on the high ground, they can try and fit that dynamite through the shields. And in that way force attack mode out of the side room to take a fight where the dive can finally hit them where it hurts.
Oh boy, there's the Amp Matrix. Rocket's down though. I mean, there's only so much damage being thrown through this. Maxwell down though, the Resurrect's back onto them, but Salty being taken out of mech. There's no tanks to push this cart. There is a Baby Diva though. Not exactly a tank, but certainly a threat when it's only Chime on the other side. The Hanzo going down, Chiselchin the next to go here. An attack mode have been pulled apart by a single Korean gremlin.
You have to contest the payload. It doesn't matter how big the health bar is, Maxwell's actually going to be forced to use the duplication to try and deal with the respawning members of attack mode who are sending the Dragon Strike through to try and split the attacker side, and it's done all it's needed to do, Dor, is bought them the time to get this recontest and properly get the reinforcements funneled in. As Hour Zero, they used so much to try and bully attack mode out of that side room and on to the point where the space is open enough to get the dive smoothly going through. Now they've got to do the exact same thing, only this time Ship and Neptune will have the ultimates there ready to meet them. Sustainability in spades, but aggression as well. Sluggo does not have the Transcendence, which means that Sigma Flex, when it comes, it's going to hurt.
And as Hour Zero up against an attack mode that's at match point, getting held at point A is just not an option in your head. They've got all the ultimates. This is their best chance they're going to get with only a minute and a half remaining at actually making this push count. Up towards the high ground they go, waiting for a full setup dive onto attack mode. Bot being thrown on cart. Great accretion though by Ship to actually stop it right in its tracks. Mines down on top to split the members away even more, but half those mines landed on the high ground, not actually finding the value they want. Instead, it's Rocket in the back line. Soligo goes down with Trance. If Hour Zero gets staggered out here, it is a miserable position to be in.
That's gone. No supports. This is just a stagger fight. Hour Zero. You can see Salty on the Baby Diva just trying to keep themselves alive. Maxwell's going to be all the way in the back of point B to make sure that the Echo stays intact, ready and waiting.
Rocket could make a hero play here if he sticks this Zenyatta. He's so far
going to be able
forward.
to contest too as well. As Maxwell's just trying to dual play the Immortality field and manages to get the beam to connect. That is huge. Hour Zero, being able to get one of the supports, and now attack mode is forced to turn their face and try and deal with an Echo in their back.
Pulse Bomb misses, but it forces Trance out of him regardless. Sluggo getting a little bit nervous there, and he's staying up on high ground with it. He doesn't want to give up his position, but he may have made the wrong move. He didn't go in with his tanks, and the tanks now dropping low. For Chiselchin himself taking a ton of damage. Dragon strikes in. It's attack mode's turn to fight back. Hour Zero's health bars are getting so low, but they're trading back kills regardless. Rocket's out of the way, but there's still so much damage. The double shield hasn't broken. The shield's coming back off cooldown for Crimson in just a moment. The Resurrect has no chance of coming through, and a full hold for attack mode may just have been their ticket to sweet, sweet revenge and taking down their demons that are Hour Zero.
Talked about adaptability and how attack mode have downloaded the composition that Hour Zero are playing. And you saw it with how that defense positioned themselves. Because the dive just was not able to come through for the majority, pretty much the first half of that point A, the dive were not able to take a single step towards attack mode. So much time had just been burnt off. They didn't have the ultimates to properly match up aside from having one good fight. And even then, they get staggered out of it. Hour Zero, if there's any time to adapt your composition, if there's any time to show us a different hero pool, it's going to be now, because if you go for that dive, it is going to be so very fragile. Salty going to be picking up the Sigma Crazy Cat onto the Ashe. I'm fine with the defensive Ashe. You can use that high ground to your advantage. You can sit behind 2 layers of the shielding to keep yourself safe. But attack mode, if Chime actually comes out on the Symmetra, if they try and use this to once again adapt around Hour Zero, then we're really going to see this defense tested, because it is so very, very hard to be able to set up double shield when one of the other's double shields is just pinging all around the place, popping up left, right, and center where you just don't expect.
I will say, if there's a point A that you can find those first point holds on, it is here. That spawn for the defenders is brutally close. And attacker's advantage, not exactly there. A full TP onto the Salty. Oh boy. Immortality Field's already out. Tense is low. Salty's being pressured out. Immortality Field is still there for attack mode. It's beautifully placed by Skyward as well to get them in. But Maxwell gets the last laugh with a nice set of sticky bombs.
Oh, there's a flank going on though. Neptune's all on that lonesome trying to get any work done. The wave, they know that they're done for. Try to use that teleporter so that attack mode once again could negate the damage coming out from Crazy Cat. Contest that double shield set up on the high ground, get the sim into position to burn through that shielding. Now attack mode are trying a different strategy. The Sigma shield going to be there to block the incoming damage as they just push the payload and try and force Hour to give up that hallowed high ground. The DPS are going to get so much more value, force that drop down. So once again, you have to just eat the beam that is Chime when you're fully charged.
And now at the high ground, attack mode have gotten one half of this piece of the puzzle. Rockets McCree creating a lot of problems here, but honestly, you've got to get someone on this cart, get it moving at least a little bit further. Otherwise, you're not actually in last fight territory here. Choosing to go downstairs attack mode. They're spending a lot of time planning it. Don't get me wrong. They've been right a lot of the time when they've spent time. They need to be careful. This amplification matrix only gets so much value from the high ground. Teleporting forward. What the hell is this?
It's the same play. Take the damage, charge up the amplification matrix. Send your forces in, Immortality Field to make sure that the sim survives. Double shield has been broken. And now Hour have got to pick up the kills to keep attack mode at bay.
It's a nice rotation, though, by Hour, bringing Salty actually over to the other side. Attack mode has to deal with two angles at once. Great halt into the accretion. Gets a bit of splash damage on him. Fortunately, not the stun they were looking for. Oh, nearly loading up the back of the cart with a nice set of symmetric turrets. That would have made for a very interesting play. Teleporting out of the gravitic flux. Nice little bit of play from Chime. It's not resulting in any kills. Attack mode are really struggling to take space here.
1 minute, 50 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of ultimates for attack mode to work with either. They wanted to use that rally to bust forward. The second you get Chime into position, those double shields, they're gone. Symmetra go burr, burr, burr when charged up, but Hour are doing such a good job at being able to split themselves apart that Salty plays on a different angle to Chiselchin. Means that the Sigma can be there, that constant pressure to make sure attack mode can't take that step forward, can't get that sim into position. The second you do that, the accretion will be there pushing you back. And Crazy Cat now has the Bob that you can send through as that foe's 7th member to try and cut attack mode off if they go for the exact same play. Amplification matrix already down as the team drops.
Gotta set them all up. The cart progressing ever forward. We're getting next to that yellow box. Where's the touch here? Bob's in. Nothing's counting. It's actually not contesting the cart at all here. It's only a Brigida to do that. Rocket finds one with the Deadeye on Sluggo, taking out any chance of Immortality Field. The double shield's the only thing that remains. Chiselchin and Salty standing between attack mode and sweet, sweet victory. Salty, the next one to go down here. My Crazy Cat doing everything he can, but it feels inevitable, Monty. Rocket has come home. The Tranquility Open belongs to attack mode.
This is just a victory lap as they deal with the Staggers. Attack mode have finally been able to beat their demons out. They have met Hour so many times on the battlefield, but today they walk away, their heads held proud off the back of some beautiful Symmetra play. And we really do have to talk about the ingenuity of this team. That they saw the double shield, that they kept running the Symmetra, not just for the initial teleporter out of spawn, so they could still have mobility even when running double shield themselves, and they could pressure Hour so many times by just teleporting in, teleporting out, Immortality Field to make sure the sim survives the onslaught. And that last push, using the sim wall, forcing Hour to relocate, pushing the Bob to come in and try and recontest that card, and it just gets bashed away to fall against the wall. And then you're on the payload, the supercharger is out, Hour just walking into the blender that is attack mode as they finally pick up that win.
Honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter how they got there. Attack mode, this feels like the storyline that the best one we could have asked for, honestly. So much going into that one game, right? They've tried against Hour 2 times with this roster and lost both times in big tournaments. This time they come back and win it. Rocket coming out of Overwatch, Tranquility. That kid is in my casting reels. My first casting reel is me screaming about Rocket And then coming back to Tranquility to take the open as well. The assistant coach for this team, attack mode, Vela, just joining the team. It feels right. Moxie, attack mode, well deserved that win. It was fantastic play from them. Some of the best I've seen out of them, and I've watched a lot of their games recently. Really great stuff.
That's not to say that Hour didn't do a bad job.
No.
We saw in that last round, Watchpoint Gibraltar was honestly, in my opinion, one of the stronger maps. When they adjusted, when we got to see the double shield come out and they really tried to adapt around what attack mode we're running, that was when we saw the true gargantuan matchup between both of these teams. Kingsrow was a little bit of a rough patch. You could see what they wanted to do, but attack mode were just able to adapt around that. But when Hour Zero decided, okay, we're going to do something a little bit different that attack mode might not be expecting, that was when attack mode actually started to falter for one of the first times. And you've got to ask yourself, if Hour Zero had tried to lean into adaptability just a little bit earlier, maybe we could have gone all of the way. Maybe we could have seen another map be popping up on our screens right now.
Yeah, and to get a little bit more analysis on that, we're going to throw this one back to the desk. We'll be back in a bit, though, likely with an interview. So enjoy Captain Jack and friends. We'll be right back.